Hey, welcome to the most in-depth, mind-blowing Facebook ads training specifically aimed at those looking to build a print-on-demand brand on Shopify. Pretty specific, I know, but that's what we need, right? We need specific step-by-step training to really help us ensure the setup is right and to ensure the whole system is correctly built. At the end of the day, running Facebook ads is going to cost you money. I'm tired of all these people saying print on demand is passive and you grow massively with organic traffic from Redbubble. You can't. It's rubbish. So, considering this is going to cost you money to run ads, does it not make sense to spend some time really ensuring you're doing everything correctly? Well, enter this crazy detailed in-depth video. This video took months and months to make, and there are going to be free worksheets, free cheat sheets, free infographics. In fact, I've practically written this entire presentation to give to you, the closest thing to a blueprint that I possibly can. And all of these resources are free as well, at least for the time being. But who am I, and why should you learn from me? Well, I'm Shimmy. Hi, nice to meet you. I've been in the print-on-demand space since 2014. And no, I haven't made tens of millions of dollars in print-on-demand, but I've made more money from selling simple graphic t-shirts than I could ever imagine ever needing. And that's saying something for me, as I have some extremely expensive hobbies. I've also got a very good and clear teaching style that people seem to really resonate with. It's a simple, no BS style that my past students and my current community members love. It has really helped them explode their business. And we have so many incredible success stories. And now it's your turn. So remove all of those limiting beliefs and doubts that you may have. Come into this video with an open mind, and I can promise you, you'll finish this video with more value than you could possibly imagine. So what will you learn in this behemoth of a course? A lot. Let me quickly break it down for you. 1, an introduction to Facebook ads and what you need to know before spending your first dollar on paid traffic. These are the key foundations for this video. Number 2, understanding Facebook ads. Why do we pick Facebook over the other mega platforms? How does the algorithm actually work? And what your funnel should look like. The psychology of the endless scroll. Vital elements that determine if an ad will be a success or a flop. 3, setting up your own Facebook Business Manager. This is the nitty-gritty step-by-step that you need. This will help you create the account and set it up correctly. However, this is irrelevant if you don't watch the previous parts of the video first, as those set you up perfectly for this step. I fully walk through the entire Facebook ads interface so that you're not left confused. Number 4, creating your first ads, another step-by-step, but I also go over key principles that you need to understand to ensure that you don't empty your bank account into Mark Zuckerberg's pocket. Well, that's the last thing we want. Number 5, creating your second type of ad. The first ad was our testing ground. The second ad is where it really happens. You'll understand all of these ad types, the structures, the settings, and how to analyze the data in this section. The second ad is going to be the foundation for what's to come next. 6, creating your third type of ad. And this is where we've identified winners and it's now time for phase 2. We go through how to set this all up, how to analyze the data, remembering that this entire process is geared towards building a print-on-demand business. This isn't just some generic dropshipping Facebook ad tutorial. This is a laser-focused tutorial on print on demand and building a brand on Shopify using Facebook ads as the traffic source. It couldn't get more specific. And number 7, it's now time to scale. We fully mastered the 3 key types of ads to determine the viability of our business, and now it's time to scale and truly take this print-on-demand brand to the moon. There are many ways to scale, and we're going to cover all of the ones that you need to know. 8, your next steps. What you should do next. What should your daily, weekly, and monthly schedule and routine look like? What should you expect? And how long should things take to start working? This is where you'll be able to access all the currently free resources I have made for this video, for this course or tutorial or training video, whatever you want to call it. So, as you can see, all in all, this is a pretty heavy video. It's absolutely jam-packed, and I have tried to include as much as I possibly could. But I want you to remember something. Facebook is always changing. There will always be things that might be in different places or concepts that might need tweaking, but the principles, the mindset, and 95% of this video is evergreen and will still be relevant 10 years from now. I made sure of that. So, how does Facebook ads fit into the print-on-demand ecosystem? Well, there's two types of traffic that you need to understand. There's organic traffic and there's paid traffic. Organic traffic is free traffic that you can get from social media following or from a market-based platform such as Etsy, Amazon, TeePublic. These platforms have traffic coming to their website on your behalf, and your products are listed amongst a sea of competition. The hope is the algorithm will favor your products slightly more and you'll get more eyeballs on your designs, which will hopefully lead to sales, providing those designs are good. Now, that's leaving a lot up to chance. And if you ask me, I'm personally not comfortable leaving my business up to the algorithm and just hoping that it plays ball. If you have a social media following, well, that's a different story. And if it's a niche focused following and selling them print-on-demand products makes sense, then go for it. You're in an extremely good place. Most people aren't in that position. And if they want any real results, they need to go down the route of paid traffic. That's the traffic source that we have a lot more control of. We can decide how much we want to spend. We can decide to turn it on or turn it off or turn it up or turn it down. It's all on us. We also aren't shooting in the dark blindly. We have tons and tons of data to base our decisions on, and that data is the most valuable resource we will ever have in this business. So the ultimate traffic engine, well, from my experience, it is Facebook or Meta, whatever you want to call it. There's 3 billion users on Facebook, all with individual interests and hobbies, some of which will be passionate enough that when they see an ad from you, they'll stop, they'll click, and they'll buy. And that's who we want to target. Those are our ideal customers. There are other solid traffic options like email, Google, TikTok. We're talking about Facebook as that's where most of my money has been spent and made. And if you're thinking, succeeding on Facebook, well, that was so 2015. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth. We are comfortably doing 5 figures a month on our print-on-demand store, our very own print-on-demand store, as are many of our students in my community, the Design Hub. So if you think it's impossible, well, it probably is for you because you have that limiting mindset. But if you have an open mind and see the possibility, it's far from impossible. In fact, it's very probable. Like any business, we need to consider the profit margins. That, of course, plays an important part in the print-on-demand ecosystem. Without a good profit margin, you won't make money. So print-on-demand with Facebook ads is very much a volume game. You're not going to be making 40% profit margins. Well, you might, but it's going to be very unlikely. You just won't. And there's no point me sugarcoating this for you. It's better to be upfront. Remember, this is my no BS teaching style after all. When running ads, you're looking at a more realistic 10 to 20% profit margin. And after some time, when you've got a larger email list from your ads and you have some killer campaigns that are performing excellently, you can see your margins go to maybe 30%. It's very rare that it will go over, but it's not impossible. Right? That might not seem like much, but remember, this is a volume game. We're selling an incredibly desirable and well-bought product, a t-shirt. If you want to sell something else, you for sure can. But I speak about t-shirts because they're the most popular print-on-demand product and they're the most well-bought item of clothing on the planet. I'm not sure we can include underwear in that statistic. So as it's a volume game, we're looking to sell thousands and thousands of t-shirts and the customers are there. They just need to see your ads. So if you sold $10,000 worth of t-shirts a month, that's about 300 t-shirts a month or 10 a day. That's not much at all, but with our 20% margin, that's a cool $2,000 profit. That's awesome. But that's also just the tip of the iceberg. If we can scale up to $100,000, that's around 3,000 t-shirt sales a month or 100 a day. Also, not a huge amount of sales, but our profit just jumped to $20,000 a month or $240,000 a year. Now pause the video a second and let that sink in. Think about what that would do to your family, to your life situation. It's no joke. It's a serious outcome that's more than possible. And this is a real business after all, not some quick get-rich-quick scheme, crappy side hustle, or anything like that. This is as real as it gets. You're building a proper business. So the next time you think the profit margins suck, just remember 561 million t-shirts will be sold in 2025. This is a volume game. We want a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of those 561 million t-shirt sales, right? That's all we want. So let's talk about what you must have before you can launch ads, because without this, you will undoubtedly throw away a lot of money. If we think about the print on demand funnel for a second here, and don't worry, I'll go into this in more detail later, but quickly, you have your niche, and then you have your designs, and then you have your store. And finally, you can turn on that tap and let the water flow through the funnel. The water in this scenario is your traffic or your ads. If you don't have all of the steps of the funnel in place, you'll be running water and wasting a load of money, as it will just come out the sides and it won't come down the bottom. So before you should even think about paid traffic, you need to ensure that you have your niche perfectly picked, validated by experts even if you want, and if you can, and you need to truly understand your audience, understand their wants and needs, their buying habits, their style of humor, their fashion senses, their thoughts and their feelings surrounding the niche. It's a lot, I know, but remember, at no point have or will I ever say this is an easy business. I'm sick of people lying to you to trick you into it. This is a real business and it's hard. So it should be. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it and it would be impossible to succeed in because it would be too saturated. So if you want to quit because it's too hard, you'll forever be chasing that dream. Stick this one out, see it through, and you'll notice huge benefit. Now, once you're certain about your niche, you need to ensure that you have some truly excellent designs. Designs are going to be the most important part of this entire business. And no, you don't need to be a designer. There's many solutions for you if you can't design. But you have to remember that without good design that resonate and are intentional with your audience, you just will never sell anything. No matter how good your niche is or how good your store is or how good your ads are, designs are the single most important part of this entire process. And it's why I have so many videos on it. It's why I have an entire community dedicated to it. So after solidifying designs and niche, you need to build a brand and create a high converting store. Another element not to be glossed over. This is a really, really big deal. Every step of the process is of course important. Some may bear more weight than others, like designs, but nothing should be ignored. Once you can comfortably and confidently say you have done all the above, then it is time to look into ads. But if you can't be 100% sure of the above, then this video might be a little overwhelming for you. You might not be ready, and if you see it through, regardless of having the above done, you will inevitably burn money. So please don't do that. I don't want you spending money or throwing money away if your funnel isn't fixed. Now, I actually have a community that you're welcome to check out that goes into detail on all the above, more than any other community or course on the internet. And I've actually really looked hard about this. I genuinely feel like I've built the best possible one. So we go through the entire funnel in the greatest of details. Just think of it like this. If this insanely detailed video on Facebook ads is free on YouTube, just imagine the content that I have that is paid. It's absolutely mind-blowing. So definitely check out the community. The link will be down below to get personal help from me and that extra validation that you may be looking for before you take the leap into Facebook ads. So if you're ready, let's continue on with this video. Let's go into the print on demand funnel in a little bit more detail. This portion of the video is going to go in depth into the print on demand funnel and ensuring it's fully fixed. I want to stress how important this is because I don't want anyone, turning around after a few weeks of watching this particular video saying that they wasted money on ads. That is not my intention, and I want you to be as knowledgeable as you possibly can in this entire process. So the print on demand funnel, this applies to everyone, no matter if you're making 0 with print on demand or making 1,000 or making 10,000 a month or 100,000 a month. This applies to everyone at every stage. Anyone can fall victim of these funnel issues. In all of my experience helping people with their print on demand sales, what I found most people blame is the traffic. The lack of sales is because of the traffic. So you might have the entire funnel done, you turn on ads and nothing. So you inevitably blame the ads, the traffic. Nope, we have got to stop that. That is not the issue. The funnel is the most important concept, literally the most important, so please listen closely. There's a few types of print-on-demand funnels. Technically, each section could have its own funnel, right? A funnel is like a series of steps, like a purchase funnel, an email funnel, but those are just small cogs in the entire system. We're looking at the 10,000 foot view funnel. And this is the funnel that houses all the little funnels inside. Without getting too funnel confusing, because it sounds like we're talking about inception of funnels right now. This 10,000 foot view funnel looks like this. You start with niche, you then go to designs and then store. And we want sales to come out the bottom. It's really simple, right? And this is what we think a funnel looks like. Everything is evenly split, 33.3% for niche, design, and store. But that's not what print-on-demand funnels actually look like. The split inside is more like this: 5% on niche, 80% on designs, and 15% on store. It might sound pedantic, but these details are important. And looking at the funnel accurately, like this, helps us determine where to spend our time. It helps us to know where to go first to troubleshoot, and it can hopefully shed some light on why sales aren't coming as fast or at all for a lot of people. There's one major element missing from the funnel, and that's the traffic. The traffic is simply the water that flows through your funnel. I hate to say this, but it's not the most important part of the business, despite what people might think. Ads are actually very simple, and once you understand the how-tos of ads and understand some basic principles, you'll be good with ads. There's a reason why I've made this ad video completely free. I want everyone to be able to just realize that ads isn't the most important part. The real struggle is to ensure that your funnel doesn't have holes. Scaling your ad is turning the tap more so that water comes out more powerfully. Once you know what you're doing, you're good. But the biggest problem I see is people's funnels are riddled with holes, literally riddled with them. And the solution I see people doing with lack of sales is they blame the ads, they fix the ads by increasing their ad budget, they make more ads. It's all about the ads. And all you are actually doing is turning up the tap, spending more money, and all that happens is more water is gushing out the sides of the funnel that is full of holes. So a small fortune later of throwing more money at the problem, you end up deflated, out of money, no idea where to turn, and more stressed than you were before. Let's avoid that. The actual solution here is to fix the holes one by one. Start at the top section of the funnel, the niche, fix those holes, move down and keep fixing holes. And remember, holes can occur at any point. This is why you need to stay on top of your business. This is why this is not passive income. This is a real business that takes hard work. Now, if you have holes in the niche section, it could be because there is no clear audience, or it's just a little bit too niche, or not enough demand, or no passion, or maybe no spending interest, amongst many other things. If you have holes in the design section, it could be bad designs, bad mock-ups, cutting corners, chasing trends, amongst tons of other mistakes that I see every single day. And if your store is riddled with holes, it could be a confusing UI, a slow website, unclear offers, expensive shipping, or an overly complex website. So fixing the holes will fix the conversion problem. And once you've fixed your funnel, you can turn that tap on gently and slowly increase the power as data comes in from ads, and then go full hose mode when the data shows you're ready. So that's the print-on-demand funnel. Remember the weighting of each of these funnel sections. Niche doesn't bear the same weight as designs or store, and ad is just a tap that you turn on when you're ready. I want to quickly discuss an important point that I want you to remember as you go through this entire training video. Facebook is just the traffic source. I know. That sounds obvious. Nothing mind-blowing there. Facebook is just the traffic source, but the point I'm trying to make is Facebook is a tool to get visitors to our website. That is pretty much it. We're always trying to optimize for the lowest cost per click, and that's usually our goal. And that's usually what we can factor in as a winner when we start running ads. Facebook is a machine. We put money in, and in return, we get visitors to our website. That's the main benefit of Facebook. It gives us traffic. That's ads in a nutshell. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed this video. No, I'm just kidding. I want to run you through a scenario quickly, and hopefully this will help you understand why we do what we do for the rest of the video. Let's say you get 100 visitors to your website. We're using easy numbers for a reason. Let's say your website is converting at 1%. If your cost per click was $2, that means those 100 people cost you $200 to get them to leave Facebook and visit your website. $2 cost per click is not good enough, and it's almost impossible to have a profitable business at that cost per click when you're selling t-shirts. And a 1% store conversion rate, well, 100 people equals one customer, right? Give or take. So with this particular scenario, we need to fix two things. The first is our cost per click. We aim for 50 cents cost per click, and it might sound hard, but it's doable. And with the help of this video, you should very much be able to get there. And with the 50-cent cost per click, those same 100 visitors now only cost you $50. That's $150 less than the $2 cost per click. That makes a huge difference, as we have now gone from one customer costing $200 to only costing $50. That's the first problem. The second problem is, in our scenario, the conversion rate was only 1%. Our goal is to get that to over 3%, and this is a store conversion rate. And you can do that through optimizing your website. We've been able to achieve an 8% conversion rate on our store, which is 7 times the industry standard, which we're pretty proud of, to be honest. And I'll help you get there too as well, so don't worry. So I want you to start looking at Facebook as just a simple traffic machine, not as a sales machine. The goal with Facebook is to get as many people to leave Facebook and visit your website. If you're not getting sales with those visitors, you want to focus on optimizing your site and making more buyable designs, increasing that store conversion rate. Well, you might be thinking, what if the traffic Facebook is sending is just low quality traffic? Well, let me tell you, chances are it's not. With Facebook's new broad targeting algorithm, it really learns exactly who will buy from your store, and over time it sends you more optimized traffic. And whether you're spending $2 on a click or 50 cents on a click, it's the same quality buyer. A $2 click is not a more valuable click. It's just a more expensive click for you. So when we look at the Facebook side, our one goal should always be, how can I get more traffic to my site for less money? And when we look at the Shopify store side, we need to be thinking, how can I turn more visitors into buyers by increasing our conversion rates? Once you understand this concept, you'll stop putting so much pressure on your ads to perform, and then we could actually take it a step further and discuss how we can turn less customers into more money, and that comes from optimizing the average order value, which is the AOV. But I'll discuss that in more detail later on in this training. Let's now go over some incredibly important marketing mindsets that you need to adopt in order for this to work. Understanding your ROAS. This is a key metric that you'll be looking at closely when making ads, and it stands for return on ad spend. It basically tells you how much revenue you made for every $1 you spent on ads. So let's say you spent $1 on Facebook ads and that ad made you $3 in sales. The calculation would be $3 divided by $1, which equals 3. This means your ROAS, your return on ad spend, is a 3.0, or in money terms, for every $1 you spent, you got back 3. So to inflate those numbers, if you spent $1,000 and had a 3.0 ROAS, that would return $3,000. Now it's important to note, ROAS isn't the same as profit. For example, if your shirt sells for $20 but costs you $13 to fulfill and ship that shirt, a ROAS of 1.5 might still mean you lost money. This is why we aim for a ROAS of over 2, right? It's also why we encourage multiple orders and why we have set our prices in a certain way to encourage a better profit margin. Great, I think the ROAS makes sense. Let's move on. The next thing you need to do is get rid of all hunches and ego and gut feelings. I know, this sounds like terrible advice, but when it comes to spending money on ads, it's crucial that you base your decisions off of data. And that's it. We've all been there, myself included, when I thought, oh, I've designed that I've made, it's going to be a bestseller. And you start the ad and you go to sleep dreaming of holidays and big houses and freedom and fancy cars. And then you wake up to absolutely no sales. But you let your ego get in the way and think, well, it just needs another day of ads. Or, it just needs a little bit more budget so that more people can see it. Still nothing. Oh, but just a little bit more. And next thing you know, you spend $1,000 into a terrible design that was destined to fail from the start. Remove your ego. Base decisions off of proven data, key principles, and you'll find that you have significantly better results. That previous mindset blends perfectly with this next one. Don't ever get attached to a design or an ad. If they aren't performing how you hoped, drop them. You owe nothing to them or anyone else for that matter. Improving a design can get sales, so don't fall in love with your designs. Understand there are no failures in this or any business. There are only lessons. It's incredibly easy to give up with this business when running ads because money is being spent and it's incredibly scary. And we look at the bad results as failures. But I'll be honest with you. If you make 100 designs, chances are 95 of them will amount to absolutely nothing. And that's a reality that you have to get on board with. These aren't failures because with every ad, every design, every store tweak or mock-up change, you are learning what to do and what not to do. Another key mindset is understanding that testing is the heartbeat of this business. Everything needs to be tested, and I can give endless advice based on my experience and my data and my tests, and that advice would be pretty good, but at the end of the day, you need to test yourself, your own niche, your own designs, your own store. Every business requires testing to see what works better. Print on demand is no different. We test designs, we test ads, and we test website optimization tactics, and we act according to the data that we receive back. And lastly, sharing and being open to feedback will get you a long way. Once again, remove that ego if you have one. Sharing and taking on advice will get you to your destination so much further. It will be so much more enjoyable and you'll spend a lot less money to get there. It's one of the main reasons why I built a community where people could share. In our community, we have this mindset and it really, really shows. Everyone shares what's working, what's not working, and it allows people to avoid pitfalls and focus on tactics that are working well in the industry for others. Why would someone share and not just keep it to themselves? Well, because anyone that is making money from this industry realizes how absolutely massive it is and that there's more than enough room for all of us. Remember, over 500 million shirts will be sold in 2025 alone. I think there's enough to go around. And if sharing all of this information and helping people really negatively impacted my own print-on-demand brand, it wouldn't make sense for me to do it. But actually what I found from sharing all I can and helping where I can is my businesses have grown so much more and so much faster because I'm also constantly learning from everyone else. And we've now built this network, this community that is constantly striving for greater things. No longer am I one brain trying to figure it out. We are over 500 brains strong and we are making waves in the print-on-demand world. And that's it for part 1. I hope from this first section of the course you really understand how Facebook fits into the print-on-demand ecosystem, the entire funnel for that matter, the musts before launching ads, and the mindset that you need to adopt if you plan to succeed with this business. Now you are ready for part 2, understanding Facebook ads. Facebook is one of many advertising platforms that you can pick. TikTok, Pinterest, Google, those are just a few alternatives, but there are tons. Why do we pick Facebook every time? Well, when I first started in ecom, I was 5 months out of high school. And no, I'm not including my eBay business that I started when I was 12. I mean my first business as an adult over the age of 18. So when I first started ecom, I remember it was Q4 and Facebook ads were fresh and hot. And you could do all sorts of wild things with them. I used to create custom audiences based on scraped data and target ads to people based on their name. This was all totally above board at the time, so don't get mad. It just quickly became banned because Facebook realized how targeted it really was. So I had to stop. But why did Facebook ban it? Well, because they saw people were printing money, myself included. But Facebook was the first thing I tried. It's the thing I know best. And since then, I've spent way too much money on other platforms such as Google, Twitter, Pinterest, and TikTok, and they've been great, but nothing, absolutely nothing, has come remotely close to Facebook. Even 11 years later, it still works absolute wonders. So yes, there are many other traffic sources, but why be different? Why not stick to the tried and tested Facebook that just works? I'm living proof of it. Many people in my community who are up to ads are living proof of it. And there are tens of thousands of people making Facebook work for them every single day. Down the line, when you're making serious money with this business, expanding to other advertising platforms, namely Google and TikTok, will be excellent directions to go in. But for your first, I would strongly suggest Facebook ads. It's daunting. Facebook support can be an absolute nightmare at times, but when it works, my God, it just works. And that's what we want. So let's discuss the Facebook ad buying funnel. In an earlier portion of this video, we discussed a print-on-demand funnel with the 10,000-foot view, and I showed you how the buying funnel was a tiny section in the larger funnel. Well, now let's go over that buying funnel. It's simple, but it needs to work, otherwise you'll spend money on ads and not get any sales. The Facebook ad buying funnel looks like this. It starts with the ad creative that people will see on their Facebook newsfeed or Instagram. Those that click will get taken to the collections page on your Shopify website, which is a collection of all of your designs. Then they'll click on a design that they like and head to the product page. They'll add it to their cart, and finally they'll check out and become a paying customer. That's the buying funnel. There are ways to ensure we don't lose prospects along this funnel with various email pop-ups and retargeting ads, but simply put, that is the ad buying funnel. And it's incredibly important that you test this often to ensure it's always working. I'll tell you a story where we lost well over $3,000, and it was the most stupid mistake ever, and it was because we ignored our funnel. We were doing $1,000 to $3,000 days at the time, and we added a new range of designs to our store. And after adding the designs, we forgot to untick the update shipping profiles box. And what happened was all of our new designs defaulted to an international shipping rate. I don't even understand why that even happened at that point of time, but it happened. These were class designs. We knew they would absolutely crush it. And on Friday evening, we launched the ads for them, and we just waited. And it was a busy day, and we didn't get a chance to look back at the results till late on Saturday night. To our horror, we saw 3 orders. That was it. 3 measly orders, over 100 add to carts, but 3 pathetic orders. And we were so confused. We went through the entire funnel and saw everything was fine. We then went through the funnel again, but focusing on adding one of the new items to our basket. And to our horror, we had seen that international shipping had been applied at checkout. Customers were seeing $67 for shipping. And what's worse is all the other designs we had on our site, as soon as a customer added one of those older designs with one of the newer designs that we just added to their basket, the shipping defaulted to this $67. So all those customers that we would have got anyway, we lost because they loved our new designs and they wanted them as well. But no one was willing to spend $67 on shipping, which is understandable. So many people had multiple items in their basket. We lost thousands and thousands from a stupid hole in our funnel. Now, remember when I said those designs were going to crush it? Well, they did. The 16 new designs that we added at the time all went on to become heavy hitters on our store. 100% success rate, which is usually incredibly rare. Usually you upload a handful of designs and maybe one takes off. But in this scenario, all 16 designs blew up and went on to do $27,000 just from these 16 new designs in the first 6 weeks of launching them. Pretty cool stuff. So just check that funnel and make sure that it's always working. Oh, and the biggest takeaway, make amazing designs. That was the takeaway from this story. Killer designs will sell so well. So now let's talk about the Facebook algorithm. How does the Facebook algorithm actually work? Facebook ads run on what's called an auction-based system. And you're not just bidding with money, you're bidding with relevance. Every time someone scrolls to Facebook, or even Instagram for that matter, thousands of advertisers are essentially fighting over that person's attention. Facebook wants to show the best possible ad in that moment to the perfect individual. The one that is most likely to get clicked, make the sale, and not annoy or upset the user. So how does the algorithm decide which ad wins? It's not just money. High engagement, high conversion rates, and a low negative feedback. High engagement is a lot of clicks, likes, comments, and shares. High conversion rate is sales. Are people actually buying? And a low negative feedback is how many people are clicking hide ad or report. Have you ever seen those buttons? Those affect your ad negatively. Now you might be thinking, well, I'll just offer more money. I'll pay more. But if your ad is ugly, irrelevant, or spammy, Facebook will still choose a cheaper but higher quality ad over yours. So don't worry about having to compete with the big dogs like Nike or other major clothing brands. When you first launch a new ad, it enters what Facebook calls the learning phase. This is when Facebook is still trying to figure out who your ideal customer is and how to optimize for delivery. During this phase, Facebook is experimenting with different groups of people inside your target audience. And this is why we have a specific niche store. And this is why it's so important to have a specific niche store. Performance could very well be unstable, and it might even throw some curveballs to your data. And sometimes you might even see a sign that says learning limited if your ad doesn't get enough data to leave the learning phase. To exit the learning phase, Facebook wants your ad set to hit at least 50 optimization events in 7 days, basically some sort of action. Usually it's a purchase, but it could also be an add to cart or lead depending on your setup. If you don't hit that threshold, Facebook can't really optimize well. Now let's quickly discuss budget optimization. This might seem like we're jumping the gun a little bit, but all of these concepts are really important to understand before you start spending money. And don't worry, I do get to that. I'm not holding anything back in this Facebook ads course. Trust me, I'm laying it all out. You might even want to get a pen and paper to write some stuff down because I'm going to be sharing everything. So when you run multiple ads inside an ad set, Facebook will not split your budget evenly, and this is very important to know. So let's say you have a $20 budget, and that is going towards 5 different ads. You may think, okay, each ad will get $4 spent on it. Happy days. No, it doesn't work like that. Facebook might spend $12 on the first ad, $5 on the second, and $1 on the remaining 3. Of course, these numbers are just examples, but the point I'm trying to make is Facebook won't evenly spend your money. And this is because Facebook starts testing all of them. But the moment it sees one ad performing better, it shifts the budget aggressively towards that one. So even if other ads haven't had their fair chance yet, this can be both a blessing and a curse. A, you save money by not wasting it on poor performing ads, but B, some ads never get enough ad spend to really determine if they were failures. They never get to prove themselves. We discuss this in a lot more detail later on in the video and ways to counter this, so don't worry. Regardless, it's an important concept to understand. Your ad budget will heavily be weighted to what Facebook deems as the best ad. And they're usually right, so trust them. Most of the time. So, why do people scroll and how can we possibly interrupt it? This is a very important concept. We need to stop for a second and realize something very, very important. Something that makes all of our jobs significantly harder. No one, and I mean no one, opens up Facebook or Instagram thinking, you know what? I really hope I see an amazing t-shirt that I can buy. No one thinks like this. People come on these platforms to escape. They're in bed at 11:40 p.m. scrolling mindlessly to avoid having to go to sleep. They're on a break at work pretending to be productive. Maybe they're sitting on the toilet. Come on, you know it's true. They're doom scrolling their way out of boredom. Okay, they are not looking for clothing. This behavior is what Facebook's own research has coined as passive consumption. In a study Meta published in 2021, they found that people spend about 70% of their time on the platform, simply scrolling, not engaging with anything, just fully zoned out, scrolling. Okay, that is a lot of time. I like to call this the scroll days. It's when users aren't thinking, they're not paying attention or analyzing what they are actually seeing. Their brains are basically running on complete autopilot. In fact, neuroscientists have actually called this the default mode network. And that's the part of your brain that kicks in when you're doing something without needing to think consciously, like driving on a very familiar road or endlessly scrolling or walking through your house at night when the lights are off. Don't get me wrong, this is incredibly sad, and it's the main reason I don't plan on giving my child a phone, let alone social media, until they are significantly older. But it happens, and we need to know how to break that cycle. And if we bring it back to t-shirts, because at the end of the day, we're trying to build a brand and sell a crap ton of t-shirts here, this is how we have to think about it. If your t-shirt design looks like every other bland, irrelevant graphic on their feed, they're going to scroll right past it in this daze. If your mock-up is just a carbon copy of what everyone else is doing, and it's not directly niche relevant to the user, to the person viewing, you'll be gone from their view in less than 1.7 seconds. Do you want to hear something cool? The average scroll speed on mobile is 1.7 seconds per post. That's all you get. That's all you get to stop someone, intrigue them, and convince them to think, wait, was that made for me? Was that design made for me? I need to check it out. That's bloody difficult. And do you see now why I say design is the most important thing? Because designs are doing all of that. The t-shirt design, the mock-up design, that is stopping the scroll. And in order to actually get someone to stop scrolling, you need to interrupt their default mode. You need to grab their attention with meaningful friction. And I've done a lot of research on this in my pursuit to really understand the psychology behind what gets someone to buy your product. There's something called the von Restorff effect. It's a psychological principle that says when multiple similar items are presented, the one that differs is more likely to be remembered. Now, this seems quite straightforward. If you show multiple images that are the same and one stands out, obviously that's going to be remembered. And this is exactly why pattern interrupts work and why your ad needs to break the pattern of the scroll. Sorry if this seems obvious, but when this is really understood and grasped, it might actually reveal a lot of holes in your designs or your mock-ups. It's why I talk so passionately about designing intentionally for the viewer. Thinking like them, what they would wear, what they would find funny, what would make them stop and think, I must have this. At the end of the day, there's two major types of designs that you'll be making. You'll be making scroll stopping designs and you'll be making website filling designs, website fillers. Scroll stopping designs are designs that are intended to stop people from scrolling and get them over to your website. These designs drive the majority of the traffic. Website fillers are other designs that are also good. They elevate your brand, they still get sales, but they don't perform well on a Facebook ad. When someone comes to your website from a scroll stopper, they will see those scroll stoppers, they will add them to their basket, and they will also see and like the website fillers and add those to their basket as well. Those are the two types of designs that we're aiming for. Now, on top of that, there's a lot of different types of pattern interrupts, but that's not for this video. That's more of a design topic, and we're keeping this video strictly Facebook ads. I have lots of videos on design and more coming out as well. For endless, and I mean endless design expert advice, I would highly recommend checking out my community, where my sole purpose is to help you and to ensure that you build a successful print-on-demand store. We go through everything, niche, design, and store, and of course now you've got this video for ads. We cover everything. So now that we understand why people are on Facebook, you can see why people associate no sales with bad ads. Because when you don't design intentionally, your ads are going to perform horribly. You're not going to break people's doom scrolling habits, and you're not going to get sales. And this cannot be fixed by changing ads. The only thing that can fix this is changing the creative. Let me repeat that. A broken ad cannot be fixed by more money. It must be fixed by changing or amending the creative. The creative is the thing the viewer sees in order to convince them in 1.7 seconds to stop scrolling and to click the Shop Now button. The creative is the design and the mock-up. Let's now discuss three types of Facebook ad buyers. I want to give you really the full picture when it comes to ads, so I'm covering everything here. Knowing the types of buyers on Facebook and then which ones we're aiming for will help you understand their mindset a little bit more and help you actually create designs for them. And I'm not talking about your niche specific buyers like dog mums or mountain bikers or golfers. I'm talking about buyer psychology, the mindset your buyer is in while scrolling. I know, more psychology, but this stuff is really fascinating, and it genuinely is a major reason why I'm successful with my store, because I really understand these concepts and I study these concepts. So there are three main buyer types on Facebook. The first is the impulsive buyer, and this is the creme de la creme of buyers that we want to target. They're not going to overthink, they're not going to read your refund policies or spend hours looking at all the reviews. They're going to laugh or maybe just feel seen or something, and they're going to say, my God, this is so me. And within 6 clicks, that's right, 6 clicks, they're going to become your customer. That's how many clicks it takes to go from an ad to checkout, providing they don't get distracted along the way. Personally, we actually prefer when they do a few more clicks and buy 3 or 4 items in one go, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later in this video. That's how we increase our AOV, or average order value. Impulse buyers respond to humor, nostalgia, identity, emotional triggers, and sometimes they just need incredible scroll-stopping visuals. Those being your amazing, best-selling designs. that you learned to do in the Design Hub. Anyway, just kidding. Want to hear something really, really cool? 95% of purchase decisions are made in the subconscious. And guess what? The subconscious doesn't care about specs. It cares about feelings. That's why print on demand is ideal for impulse buyers, because you're not selling products, you're selling emotionally charged designs. If you think about it, every product on your website is the same thing. For us, it's all the Gildan 64,000 t-shirt. For you, it might be a different brand of shirt. It doesn't really matter. The thing that we're selling are the designs, and we need the designs to be perfect for impulse buyers. Again, if you want the most advanced and detailed design help, definitely check out my print on demand community, the Design Hub. Now, the second type of buyer is the comparison shopper. And if I'm being completely honest, these people are not your ideal customers. They're very analytical. They're in research mode all the time. And I have friends like this, and I'm a little bit like this. They'll open endless tabs and research the price, the quality, the reviews, the shipping speeds, the return policies, all of it. And 9 times out of 10, that is me. And that's probably you as well, unless it comes to Lego. I'm an impulse Lego shopper. And if you just saw what was behind you, you would realize that. These people are the types to go to your site and then immediately type in funny niche shirts into Amazon or Google or Etsy. The probability of keeping them on your store and turning them into a customer is extremely low. So think about how you also shop. Maybe you can relate to me. Maybe you also have endless tabs open when you're trying to buy something. Now, these people use logic and planning when they buy, and although they might eventually buy, they're not Facebook buyers. They are Google search buyers, Amazon buyers, Reddit buyers. That's those people. So I wouldn't aim to get those buyers. Maybe one day when your brand becomes big enough and it's a household name, those people will become your customers, but at the beginning, they won't be, and that's okay. The third buyer type is the intent-driven buyer. This is someone a little unique. They're actively looking for your product. They know they want a shirt that has, a funny, cheesy saying on it. They're just waiting for the right one to pop up. This person is actually super rare. Very few people will wake up and think, I really hope to see a moose-themed shirt with a funny phrase on it whilst I'm just scrolling on my Facebook to see what my friends are up to. No one really thinks like that. So yeah, maybe leave these people out as well. It's a very rare occurrence to sell to them. So the question is, who are you aiming for? Well, if it wasn't already obvious, it's the impulse buyers, the ones that see a design and say, that is literally me. They don't care if your website loads a little bit slower than normal. They don't care if the shirt is thick or thin. They want that design because it made them feel something. And that's our goal, impulse buyers. And when speaking to impulse buyers, you want to make sure that you're being niche specific, identity driven, and emotionally charged. Make clear mock-ups, keep the ad copy light but informal, and create a good offer. Most importantly, don't try and appeal to everyone. Trying to sell to all 3 types of buyers is impossible. It's like trying to create a shirt that everyone will like. Don't focus on everything. Focus around the impulse buyer and sell them a hell of a lot of shirts. Now let's discuss the 3 Facebook ad campaign stages. Just by the way, if it feels like I'm jumping around here from topic to topic, what I'm trying to do is cover every single aspect, every crevice, every crack, everything to do with Facebook ads. So again, you'll be able to go through sections of this video and rewatch things if you want to learn more or really understand it. But the idea of this video is to share with you absolutely everything. So we're going to talk about various different things throughout this video. And when we start creating the ads and going through the step-by-step tutorials, that's when you'll be able to really get your laptop out, follow along, click the buttons as I'm clicking them, and create your own ads. For now, I just have to share with you all these vital bits of information, these fundamentals that you need to know before you start spending money, because I don't want you to waste money. I don't want you to throw away money. So as I said, now let's discuss the 3 types of Facebook ad campaign stages. Now, if you take nothing else from this video, take this. Facebook ads are not a one-off test. They're a system that has 3 distinct stages. You have testing, optimization, and scaling. If you try to scale before testing, you'll lose money. If you test without optimization, you'll waste potential. And if you optimize without scaling, you'll end up stalling. You need all three stages working like a perfect feedback loop in order to make Facebook ads work for you. The first stage is testing. The goal here is finding a winner, whether that's testing a mock-up, a design, the copy, the offer, or anything. This is where we're throwing stuff at the wall, but in a controlled way, following principles and proven tactics that you'll learn in this video. With this stage, you're looking to collect as much data as humanly possible. What designs are getting sales, clicks, which offers are working best, which mockups are getting the lowest cost per click, which designs are getting the best engagement. You need a little bit of volume for this part of the process. With this testing phase, don't judge too early, don't spend too much or too little, and don't test too much at once. We'll go into what to aim for later on when building the ads and actually analyzing the data, but that's a little overview of what to expect. Stage 2 is the optimization stage, and this is where we start to turn the tap on a little bit harder on the best performing ads. We stop spending on the losers and we focus our attention on the winning designs and the winning offers and the winning mock-ups, and we can create a few more like it, all the while optimizing each ad. This ad is all about finding what's really working after putting a little bit more focus on it. You then have stage 3. Scaling. And this is where we really take what's working from the optimization stage and make it work so much harder. A $20 a day campaign could become a $200 a day campaign or a $2,000 a day campaign. It's where you know you've got a positive ROAS, which is a return on ad spend. And it's about how many eyeballs that you can get in front of your ad and then eventually on your store. You'll have vertical scaling here, which will be increasing the budgets gradually on ads already working. And you'll have horizontal scaling here, which is where you start launching many new ads based on what's proven to be working already. Retargeting ads will also play a part here too, and even international ads. And this stage is awesome because you have proven winners and you're just cloning those winners over and over. But please do me a favor, make sure not to jump into stage 3 too quickly. Make sure to always trust the data, and remember, just because you finish stage 1 and enter stage 2, it does not mean you can't re-enter stage 1. To put it simply, you test, you optimize, and then you scale. And when winners slow down, you test again. It's a simple process, but one that shouldn't be forgotten or abused. You must remember, Facebook ads aren't magic. They're just multipliers. Now, I'm going to say something that might upset some people, and some gurus might say otherwise, as it could, ruin their Facebook courses. But you do really need to know this. Facebook ads will never fix a broken business. All they do is amplify what is already happening. If your store sucks, or your designs aren't intentional and don't resonate, or your mock-ups look like something a 4-year-old might have made, Facebook ads will not help you. All they'll do is get more people to see those failures faster. Facebook ads is not a fix, they're a megaphone. And like we mentioned earlier, you must ensure that the funnel has no holes before you turn on that Facebook traffic tap. Let's talk some numbers to really drive this home. If your design converts 4 times in 100 visitors, ads could turn that into profit. That's great. That's a really good start. If your ad converts 4 times in 4,000 visitors, Facebook will happily spend your money showing it to all 3,996 non-buyers, and it will keep doing it until your credit card crumbles from exhaustion or you pause the ad. That's the main difference here. Facebook don't care. They will deliver and spend your money. You need to make sure that your website is optimized and your designs are good, so that the money is being spent well and intentionally. All Facebook does is deliver the impression. What the customer sees and what the customer experiences, well, that's entirely up to you. Why do I say Facebook are just multipliers, and why is that so dangerous? Well, imagine a loudspeaker. Imagine if what you say through it is powerful. People will listen. If what you're saying is utter nonsense, everyone will hear that and walk away. Facebook is exactly the same. If your design is powerful and amazing, people will come and buy. If your design is crap, people will walk away. There's no magic formula for the perfect Facebook settings or the perfect audience. It mostly relies on the creative being good. It's never a traffic problem. It's always a design problem, a conversion problem, or a clarity problem. People will blame the Facebook algorithm or the audience or whatever, but that's not the issue. It never was. That's why you must always have a proven design before scaling an ad. What is a proven design? Well, we'll get into that a little bit later on in this video, but don't worry, I am revealing all in this video. I'm not leaving any stone unturned. Now let's go over some acronyms that you need to know in order to understand A, this video, and B, just Facebook ads in general. And this will make the rest of the video make a little bit more sense, and feel free to write these down, although I have created an acronyms cheat sheet that you can download for free with the link below, along with everything else. You have a few important ones to remember. The first is CPM. It stands for cost per milli. Milli is 1,000 impressions. What is this? Well, this is the amount you pay to show your ad 1,000 times. Why? Well, it tells you how expensive it is to reach your people. You'll find this in your ads manager, and it's basically ad spends divided by impressions times 1,000. You can improve this with better ad creative. CTR stands for click-through rate. This shows how many people click the ad, and it shows you how good your ad is at stopping the scroll. And you'll find this in the ads manager as well. And you want to select CTR link, not all. And it's worked out by dividing clicks and impressions, then timesing by 100. And I'm going to explain this a lot more later on, so don't worry. You improve this by stronger hooks, better mockups, better design, and more contrasting standout colors. You then have CPC. This is your cost per click. This shows how much you're paying for each visitor to come to your website, if that's obviously the objective of the click. This is worked out with ad spend divided by clicks, and you can improve this with better mockups and better design. A better CTR and a lower CPM will result in a lower cost per click. The ROAS, the return on ad spend. This tells you if your ads are making you money. This is your revenue divided by your ad spend, and you improve this by increasing your AOV, having a higher conversion rate, and a lower cost per click. Your CR, this is your conversion rate. This measures how well your site is optimized and how good it is at turning site visitors into buyers. And you'll use the meta pixel to track all of this data, and the calculation will be purchases divided by clicks. And the ways to improve this is improving your product page, your designs, your brand trust, your offer, reviews, and many other small tweaks and factors that can all lead to incremental conversion rate improvements. Your AOV, this is your average order value, and this shows how much customers are spending per purchase. The larger the AOV is, obviously the better. And this will be a metric that is displayed on your Shopify dashboard. You can divide your total revenue by your total orders to get the AOV. And you can improve your AOV with bundles and upsells, special offers, a more niche focus store with similar designs that people will like to bundle together, and various other things that we'll discuss later on. This might seem like a lot to remember, but you'll get the hang of these acronyms in no time. They're really, really straightforward. Now let's go over the types of ad objectives that you should be aware of. Again, we're going to be discussing this in a lot more detail when actually creating the ads a little bit later, but I wanted to do a quick overview explaining each of these ad objectives and tell you which one that you need to really care about. The first is awareness, and this is used to introduce people to your brand, and it's ideal for generating visibility. Facebook optimizes for the highest number of impressions with this ad, and this results in very low clicks and purchases. It's good for, Coca-Cola, but it's not good for our cheesy print-on-demand t-shirt brand. The next objective is traffic, and this is designed to send people to a specific link, which sounds great. What's actually happening is Facebook is optimizing for clicks, not for purchases. So you'll get lots and lots of website clicks and lots of visitors, but many will bounce. There are serial clickers out there, but they rarely convert. The next objective is engagement. Facebook optimizes here for, you guessed it, engagement, meaning likes, comments, and shares on your posts. This can result in a viral post and huge post exposure, but very few to no sales. These ads are shown to social butterflies, not to buyers. And this ad could be good to build up social proof on an ad before creating a sales objective ad, but because it's not purchase focused, we're not so interested in it at the start. The next objective is leads. And this is where Facebook optimizes an ad to get the maximum number of form signups. This is where you aim to collect emails, but they're not necessarily buyers. So this is great for building an email list, but not so good for getting t-shirt sales. You then have the app promotion objective, which I'm going to skip because, it's just so relevant for us. And then the last objective here is sales. This is where Facebook is optimizing the ad to show it to people who are most likely to purchase your products. This is where the pixel kicks in. Facebook learns from every single buyer and finds more of them to show your ad to. You might get fewer clicks at a higher cost, but you'll get higher conversion rates and more sales. This is really the main and only objective that we care about with print on demand. When you choose the sales objective, you are literally telling Facebook, only spend my money on people most likely to buy this shirt. And that's what we want. It's important to understand that Facebook doesn't just show your ad to anyone. It decides who sees it based on the objective that you choose. If you choose the wrong objective, you'll be sending the wrong people to your store. And we don't want to do that. As we're doing print on demand, we want sales. So sales objective is the one we should be going for. Now I want to talk about the biggest Facebook misconception in 2025 and beyond. If you want to understand Facebook ads today, then you need to know this. Interest-based targeting is no longer Facebook's biggest strength. Back in 2015, it was everything. Targeting someone who liked golf, who was married with 3 kids, who also liked driving and liked hiking, and making them a super specific t-shirt, yeah, that did great back then. Now, not so much. That's not to say the tactic isn't used sometimes, but it's by no means the main strategy here anymore. We're not looking to outsmart the incredibly smart Facebook algorithm. So many people believe they can do it, but they don't realize just how powerful Facebook's AI is. So the next time you create a t-shirt, let's say it's a t-shirt for teachers, and you think, oh, I'm going to target teachers. Right, I'm going to target that profession. And on top of that, I'm going to target teachers' life interests, education world, Natural Teachers Association, because my gosh, how smart does that sound? Well, it's not. And if you do that these days, it works against you and it will most likely end up costing you a load more money and limiting your reach massively. Meta's machine learning has become insanely good at predicting buyer behavior. It's tracking so many things. It knows everything. It knows what you click. It knows what you pause. It knows what you stare at. It knows what you're talking about, what you're searching for, what videos you are watching, what websites you leave. And now they have Instagram, WhatsApp, and even Threads. They are deeply embedded in people's online behavior. Trust their algorithm. Of course, interest-based ads is a tactic that we will do later on, and I will talk about it later on, but it is not our main tactic. It is an extra add-on that we do on the side once we are at the scaling phase. Meta's Advantage Plus ad system, which we'll talk about in a lot more detail later on, uses a Bayesian multi-arm bandit model to optimize delivery in real time. It runs thousands of micro tests across audience segments and allocates spend to top performers automatically. I discussed this a little bit earlier as well. It's really amazing. So your job is no longer to target the buyer, it's to create an ad so good it tells Facebook exactly who the buyer is. As I said, we will still be experimenting with interest-based ads when we get to the scaling stage, but at the beginning, it's something that we don't need to look at all. Your creativity is your targeting. No more micromanaging Facebook. Just let the AI do what it was built to do. Let's talk about the realistic way to look at ad spend. And this is a really important section of this course. It's a section that has a lot of unknowns and uncertainties. And I know I've said this quite a few times across this course, but I guess that's just because there's a lot of important parts and it's hard to pick out what the most important part is. It's like driving a car. What would you say the most important part is? Staying in gear, staying in your lane, keeping your eyes open? I think they're all pretty damn important. Likewise with Facebook ads. There are a lot of pretty important things to consider, and this is one of them. The reason this is so important is because this is your money, and we don't have an endless supply of money. For some, it's very, very sparse. There are bills, family commitments, and life stuff to deal with. Saving up to launch a business is a huge achievement. And firstly, you should be really, really proud about how far you've come. Because this is very, very far, and I want to ensure that you can go the whole way, and I don't want you to end up throwing all of your money away, not understanding Facebook ads. So the age-old question, how much should you have saved before starting Facebook ads? Like any business, startup capital is a vital part of it. And usually you would need thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars for a brick and mortar store. Plus, all the stock and everything else. I remember clear as day when I launched my Amazon FBA business with my brother. Granted, it wasn't a brick and mortar store, but still, we had to buy our first batch of stock, and we got that from China, and it cost us over $4,000. That was $4,000 before we had made a single penny from the business at all. It's crazy to think about how much opportunity there really is now we have print on demand. So our startup costs are minimal compared to that. We're talking less than $100 when you factor in the domain, Shopify, various software. It's really, really amazing. Where you need some money is ads. And I recommend having $400 a month that you can use to test various ads. And that allows you to run 4 weekend ad tests, Thursday to Sunday, at a $25 a day budget. That would be 4 really, really valuable tests that would give you good amount of data in just 1 month. I say $400 a month as there's a good chance you won't be profitable the first month, so you will need to continue the testing over the next month. And a lot of people actually ask me, how much do I need every month? But it's not so black and white, because as soon as you start getting data back and you identify high performing ads, the strategy changes a little. And once you have a positive return on ad spend, it's not about spending the bare minimum or that $400, right? You don't have to stick to that $400. It's about slowly optimizing and scaling. And if you know $1 of an ad is getting you $4 of revenue, surely you wouldn't want to be constrained to your original budget of $400. Maybe you want to spend $1,000 to get back $4,000 or $10,000 to get back $40,000. I know it's not that simple and the ROAS can change, but that's the idea, right? And do you see where I'm going with this? There isn't a set figure that you're going to spend every month. There's a set figure that you can allow yourself to spend on testing at the beginning, but as soon as you start seeing results, the floodgates can open if you want them to. And you will most likely want to spend more, as it will mean more sales and more profit. And I can't tell you how many days, weeks, or months it will take, but that's why I've made this video, so that hopefully you spend as little as possible to get the most amount of data and the largest number of sales possible. What I will say is this: don't be afraid to pause your ad. We start with running tests from Thursday to Sunday because it's the most common time people are online spending money, right? It's when our conversion rate is highest. So our ad spend goes the furthest. On Monday, don't be afraid to pause an ad, gather your thoughts and reevaluate what to do next. And at the same time, if you have an ad that's absolutely crushing it, don't be afraid to keep it going and slowly increase the budget either. And we talk about this in a lot more detail later on when we actually discuss analyzing the metrics. Why designs are 90% of your Facebook ad success. I want to just touch on this subject a little bit more. Hopefully after the next 5 minutes, you'll never think again Facebook is the problem. I need to make more ads. The algorithm hates me. All of these things. The next 5 minutes, you'll really realize that design, not just t-shirt design, but all aspects of design, makes everything tick. Please don't skip this section. It's very, very important. As you're in print on demand, your ad is literally your design. You're not advertising a service or an app. You're showing a graphic on a t-shirt and hoping it makes someone feel enough emotion to click and buy, all within 30 seconds. That's really it. So let me ask you, if your ad is just a picture of your design framed in a fancy mock-up and no one is clicking it, what could the problem be? Well, not the ad. It's going to be the design. And there's still more. The human brain can process images in 13 milliseconds. Random fact, I know. This means that before a viewer on Facebook can read your product title, before they can register your brand name or read anything in the copy or the call to action, their brain has already made a snap judgment about your design. 13 milliseconds. That's crazy. Do you see how important a design is? Do you see why designs make for successful or failed ads? Now you can try new copy, you can try a new offer, you can try new targeting, but if someone doesn't resonate with your design in less than a second, you've lost them. This is why mockups play an important part as well. They're part of the design. So let's say your t-shirt graphic is really good, like really, really good, but your mockup, or I like to call it your frame, sucks. Then that could have a huge effect on conversions. Say your mockup is a lifestyle shot where the t-shirt is quite small, the design is somewhat hard to see, or the viewer doesn't resonate with the model wearing the t-shirt, or there's creases and shadows covering, parts of it, making the design less visible. Do you think that will affect whether or not people click or scroll straight past? Yes, of course. You have to remember, we're in a scrolling environment on a 4 to 6 inch screen. Clarity beats realism, and clarity is vital to getting people to click. So a flat, high contrast studio style mock-up with a scroll stopping design will beat a moody lifestyle photo every day of the week. Not because it's prettier, but because it communicates instantly. And yes, I have to say, there are always anomalies. We have some lifestyle ads that do quite well, but they were intentionally made and not just taken from websites like, I don't know, Place It or something like that. And a lot of the time, what you'll find is lifestyle ads actually get a cheaper cost per click, which confuses you because you think, oh, I got a cheaper cost per click, that's a good thing. But really what's happening there is people are clicking the ad because of the model or because the design is too small and they can't quite see it, so they want to see what it says. They're not actually liking the design or intending to buy before they click, which means you'll get a lot of clicks, which will cost you a lot of money, and they won't turn into buyers. We want people to have made that decision before they even click. We want someone to see our ad, like it so much and think, I want to buy this, so they click it, then they go and buy it. That's how we get a good ROAS. Now onto text-based designs. When done right, they can be amazing scroll stoppers because text in a design is readable at speed. An image needs to be worked out and understood, whereas a text usually explains the joke just like that. So if your text is readable at speed, it's big, it's visible, it's clear, and it's funny, relatable, unexpected, or maybe slightly polarizing, then you'll have hooked someone before they've noticed this was an ad for a t-shirt, which is the best thing because then they're like, I want this. And they realize it's a t-shirt and they go and buy. This is known as a pattern interrupt. So from now on, if you've come this far, please stop blaming targeting. Please stop blaming Facebook's algorithm. It's not their fault. If you're running broad targeting, which Facebook recommends and it prioritizes, and we recommend it too, and you're not getting purchases, the problem is not your interests or your audience size. Meta knows who buys t-shirts on Facebook. It just needs your ad to do its part. And its part is displaying a brilliant, clear, visible design. When an ad isn't performing, it's easy to obsess over the CPMs, the budget strategy, the retargeting setups. You sometimes can have an issue with setup. That is the case occasionally. Making a mistake in the setup does happen. Maybe you pick the wrong objective or something like that. I don't want to disregard any mistake happening because it can happen, but usually 99% of the time, if your ad isn't working, it's not because people aren't seeing it. It's because they are seeing it and they're choosing not to care or not to click. They're not resonating with it. And that's not a Facebook problem. That's a creative problem. And you need to make designs and mockups that are more clickable. Right. Have I drilled in enough how important the creative is, the design and the mockup? I know you're probably thinking, Shimi, move on, stop talking about this. But it's such an important concept, and I want you to think about this when you're sleeping. I want you to dream about this. I want you to think about this when you're having a conversation with your wife or your husband. I want this to always be in your mind. Designs, designs, designs. That is the most important part. I want to drill it in. If I could, I'd say get it permanently tattooed on your arm, right? It's just so important. Please don't forget it. Right, now, let's quickly go over some pitfalls to think about with Facebook ads before moving on to section 3. Major pitfalls that can affect performance or put you in a deep hole of ad spend. Let's quickly discuss them. Not having a clear call to action is a big mistake. With Facebook ad, you can and you should ensure that you have the Shop Now button underneath your ad. And I'll show you how to ensure that you do this later on during the ad creation phase of this video. But without a call to action, viewers won't know where to click. You need to tell them. You need to say, click here, shop now. You need to be really, really clear. Running ads before you're ready. And if you're not sure if you're ready, I recommend rewatching the funnel section of this video to determine if you're ready. Running ads before you're ready will result in a huge monetary loss, and usually people will give up after that. Not pausing an ad and analyzing the data could end up being very costly. Don't feel ashamed or upset to pause an ad. It's a very normal thing and usually the right thing to do. And of course, never forget about an ad, because you'll continue to spend money every single day it's running, and Meta will not care about giving you a refund because you forgot that you left your ad running and now you're 10 grand in the hole. We pause on Monday to analyze the data from the weekend, and if an ad is performing really well, we'll of course keep it going. And I'll explain the things to look out for when we talk about analyzing the data later on in this video. So don't worry, you're going to learn exactly when to pause and when to continue. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Don't let them cloud your judgment. Please always go into this level-headed. If the results are bad, so be it. If they're good, so be it. But don't ignore what's in front of you because you feel a certain way. Always trust the data. Don't expect immediate results. Things take time. You're building a real brand and a business here. Just pretend you're creating a brick and mortar shop on the high street. It could be 6 months of expenses before you ever get your first customer walk through that door. Now, I know this is very different and it should certainly not take you 6 months, but please give it time. A couple of weeks, a couple of months, it's very normal. When running traffic with ads, it will happen faster than anywhere else, but it can still take some time. And like I said, whether that's a day, a week, or a month, give it some time, right? If you feel like you're spending money and not getting anything and it's taking too long, well, that's where you should start getting advice and validation on your designs, your niche, your store, your entire funnel for that matter, to ensure that you don't have any major holes that the ad money is just leaking out of. And of course, I'll end this section of the video with the last pitfall: bad designs. Bad designs will almost never fix an ad. The design is everything, so please never forget that. And that's the last you'll hear about designs in this video. Maybe. Anyway, on to section 3. Section 3 is going to be all about building your Facebook Ads Manager account. So this is where the step-by-step process actually starts. And this is where the real you building an ad account and starting ads start. So things are going to get really exciting now. Things are starting to heat up now. We're ready to set up the Facebook Business Manager. This is where there'll be a lot more step-by-step tutorials in this video talking you through specific actions in order to get specific results. We are going to set this up in a specific way to avoid bans and make sure all the connections between Meta or Facebook and Shopify are working correctly. But please bear in mind, mistakes can still happen. That's one of the reasons why we have our community, because people are able to ask any question whenever they want and get help. And usually we always resolve any issues that come up. There's going to be 5 parts to this section of the video, and I'm going in a very specific order, so please don't skip ahead. I'm going to show you exactly what buttons to click, where to go, and what to do if you get stuck. So let's jump in to setting up your Facebook ads account. We have this in 5 parts, and part 1 is going to be setting up the business manager, and this can be different for you depending on your situation, but this is what it generally looks like. You want to go to business.facebook.com, and this is the page it's going to look like. Now, if you've logged in, it might take you somewhere else, but for now, you can either click login if you've got a Facebook, and when I say you've got a Facebook account, you've got a personal Facebook account, so one with your name, like what you may have used just for liking your friend's post on your newsfeed. That's what you want to use here. And don't worry, it's still going to be a business account. It's still going to be separate, but it needs to be linked to a personal profile. So you can either log in via Instagram or create a new account. For argument's sake, I'm going to create a new account because I already have a business manager fully set up on my account and I can't create a new one. So the only way for me to show you is to create a brand new full account. So click create new account. Now either sign up with Facebook or you already have a Facebook account. If you already have a Facebook account, log in. Do not create another one. You do not ever want to create multiple accounts because that is one of the ways that you can get banned. Now that I've got a new Facebook profile, I'm just going to go to business.facebook.com, and then this pops up, create your business portfolio in Business Manager. So I've just gone for the name Pod Ecom Store. I've made up a random name because I don't want to use my name as I already have a Facebook account, and then I've just used a new email address. Now I just need to confirm my email address. And then it takes us to this. We have obviously no ads account. We don't have any pages. This is an empty account. And I want you to think of this business manager like a big folder. And inside that folder, you have all of your assets, like your Facebook page, your pixels, your ads account, and all the different things that go with a Facebook business manager. Right? That's how I want you to think of it. And I'm going to walk you through all of this, and we're going to set the whole thing up now. But at this stage, you should be here. Now, if you already had a Facebook profile, you didn't need to create a new one. When you logged in, it still would have shown you that same pop-up where you put the name. So Pod Ecom Store was just the name that we used, and where you put, the email and all that kind of stuff. Now that we've got this, let's move on to the next step. I also want to just quickly add that you can see how this is linked to our made up personal account, Bob Manley. I have no idea where that name even came from, but you can see how it's connected. I don't want you to worry that your Facebook ads account or that your business is connected to your personal Facebook account, and if your ads account gets banned, do I lose my personal account? It doesn't work like that. They are separate entities, but Facebook need to have a real human connected to an ads account to ensure that it's run by a real person. They don't want any like bots or anything. So you create a Facebook business manager within your personal account, but it is still separate. So I wouldn't worry. Right, the next thing to do is to secure our account. So we need to go into settings and security center, and within security center we can add 2FA. So security center is over here. So we click settings and then security center. I haven't set one of these up in a very long time, because once you have a Facebook business manager, you don't need another one. So I have written down the steps over here on the side because I don't want to miss anything out. But yeah, like I haven't set up a Facebook business manager for years, and everything has changed since I last set it up. So, but I wanted to obviously add this part to the video for you so that you could see step by step how to do it. Right, two-factor authentication, you want to turn that on, right, and then you want to add another admin. The reason why it's beneficial to add another admin is in case you get logged out, you forget something, you can't get in, your other admin can. So, for example, if you have a wife or a partner or something, or husband, whatever, they could be your other admin. Now, a very, very important thing to remember here, and please, if this is the only thing you take away from this video, it is the most valuable. Don't log in to multiple Facebook accounts on the same IP. Try and have a clean IP. So with my Facebook business manager, I have a separate laptop for it, and I'm always connected to the same VPN, because I don't want, well, basically you don't want to log in with multiple Facebook accounts under the same IP address or the same laptop. Don't ask why. It's just Facebook are very finicky about that, and it's a one-way journey to getting your account banned. So I just try to take all precautions I possibly can and keep a very, very clean account where I only log in with that Facebook. I won't log in with any other Facebook, and if any one of my friends or family members want to log into their Facebook on my computer, they just simply can't, right? It's got to be very, very clean, basically. Now, if you do get banned, you want to appeal that as quickly as you possibly can, but you want to stay very calm, and also you don't want to panic. You can go to Facebook's support center there, and you can chat to someone, and you can explain what you're doing. You're setting up a normal business, and you can understand why you may have got suspended because you're a new account, and that might have flagged something up in the system, but you're just going to be running an e-com store, and it's a very normal, straightforward, above the board business. And usually 9 times out of 10 you will get your account back. It could just take a little bit of time. Now, sometimes Facebook will ask you to verify your business. If it does, obviously do it, but I wouldn't go out of your way to submit the verifications if they haven't asked for it. Just wait for them to ask, and if they don't, then you don't have to worry. Now, I just want to quickly add, this is what the UI looks like. You've got your business info, you've got your users, your accounts, your data sources, you've got, if you click this burger menu here, you've got so much stuff. It's actually crazy. And we are going to go through the important elements here, the things you actually need to care about, because some of the stuff you don't need to worry about. Experiments and non-profit. Like, there's a lot of stuff you just don't need to worry about. But what I want to point out here is Facebook is changing their UI all the time. Now, it's looked like this for quite a while, but sometimes I'll just move one setting to another place. I don't want you to freak out or panic if it's a little bit different for you. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of digging and you'll eventually find what you're looking for. Just realize that Facebook are constantly updating their UI, but once you get the hang of it, so once you know how to use this platform and you get used to this one or whichever one you're on, if they make little incremental changes, it's fine. You know, you'll just get used to them. And that's kind of what's happened to me. You know, they're always making changes, but because I'm on Facebook every single day, I kind of just get used to those changes, even though it is very frustrating. All right, I have switched to the Print on Demand Hub business portfolio just because the previous one was glitching a little bit because the person that I made a random Facebook profile and it wasn't real, so there was no way to identify if that person was real. So I've just used the Print on Demand Hub one, which is an already set up account. So now that you know how to set up the account, you want to go to settings, and then you're going to see all of this information. So you've got users, account, data sources, requests, all that kind of stuff. Where we want to start is actually creating a page. Now, a page is something that lives in your business portfolio. So remember, your business portfolio is the main folder, and inside it are assets. One of those assets is a page. You need a page to run ads from, otherwise, where are your ads living, right? And you're probably part of pages. Pages are not groups, right? Pages where, you know, like a fan page or a branded page, something like that. So we need to go to pages and click add and click create a new Facebook page. So let's just put the name in dog thread tees. Let's just put clothing, and then let's click next. And you can see the Print on Demand Hub. So again, this is just an already existing business portfolio. Yours will be called whatever. And then within that, you've got dog thread tees. So let's click create page. Brilliant. Now it says page created successfully. Let's click done. Once we've done that, we'll see the page pop up, and then we need to assign someone to it. So we can see the page dog thread tees. We need to assign someone to it. So you can see already, Shimmy Morris, I have full control. So if I click assign people, I can assign Josh, or I can assign Shimmy. So I've already been assigned, but I'll just reassign myself. Why not? There you go, full control. Click assign, and there you go. Now what we want to do is click view on Facebook. So you can see we've got the page, right? And we're going to do other things to this as well. We'll connect an Instagram account, an ad account, all sorts of things. We'll get there in a second, but first we have to kind of populate the page just a little bit. So we want to go into view on Facebook, and then this is what the page looks like. Right now, you actually need to switch into dog thread tees page to start managing it. So you can see I'm in my personal profile, Shimmy. So if I click switch now, it will take me to the dog thread tees one. So you can see I've got all of this great stuff going on over here. Now we can click this button and add a profile picture. We can click this button and add a cover photo. We can click edit, which will allow us to change all these things as well. Right, we can go over here, we can see all these different things. Now I would actually click manage sections and just remove all the stuff that you just don't need. You don't need any of this. Click save, right? You don't need any of this. And that just kind of neatens this whole thing up. Right, now if you want to, you can add, you know, a bio, you can add more details, you can add a shop now, you can add all sorts of things, okay? What you want to maybe start and do is just add your first post. You know, it could be a picture of one of your mock-ups or one of your t-shirts or something. I wouldn't worry so much about populating the page too much because it's a little bit irrelevant. You don't really need to. We're going to be running paid ads, so we're not trying to grow this page organically. We're going to be spending money to grow it, and not just grow it, but also send people to our website and get sales that way. So I'm not so bothered about populating this page, but I do want to obviously have a profile picture and a cover photo and maybe one post to kick things off. Right, now once we've done that, let's go back to Meta Business Suite, and we're going to create the next asset that's going to live in our business portfolio. Now before actually adding that next asset, which is going to be an ads account, right, so you can see there is already an ads account here, but we're going to add a new one so I can show you how to do it. And we'll just click add create new ads account. Before we do that, we want to make sure that we add payment info. So in order to do that, let's go down to billing and payments. So I already have a card in this account. A couple of things when adding a payment method. I highly recommend adding a credit card, not a debit card. The reason for that is you should hopefully never miss a payment if you add a credit card because you'll always get billed. You just have to remember to pay that credit card off. Don't ever let it get past a month where, you know, it being a credit card, you start accruing interest. I don't want that to happen to anyone. Stay on top of your credit card bill and add a credit card to Facebook, and that way like I said, you'll just never miss a payment, because what happens if you miss a payment with Facebook is that could be a red flag and they could immediately suspend your account. And of course, we don't want that happening. So I recommend adding a credit card. And once you've done that, we can then go and create a Facebook account. So let's go back over to settings. Sorry, a Facebook ads account, I should say. So let's go over settings. Now we can see a different account. We got the page that we already set up, right? Dog Thread Tees. Now we need an ad account. So we have this ad account, but we're not talking about this one. Let's click new ad account, create a new ad account name, Dog Thread Tees. Choose your currency and your time zone. This is very important. So I'm just going to stick to US dollars, and my time zone is going to be Europe and London. Why am I sticking to US dollars? Well, actually, I would recommend, if you're in the UK, to do British pounds. Do whatever currency you're in. For some reason, I've always done US dollars. It's what my account is set up as, and it's just what I'm used to. I basically do everything in US dollars, even though I live in the UK. But for you, I would recommend, if you're starting afresh, to do your local currency. Click next. Usage, this is going to be my business. Confirm. So once added, you can't remove the ad account from the business portfolio. Okay, so you can see Dog Thread Tees, again, another asset living in this top level business portfolio. Click create ad account. You can see it says, would you like to add a payment info for your account? So we can click add payment info at this point as well. So let's just click done. Right, Dog Thread Tees. Again, we can assign people. So assign Shimmy. I'm fully assigned already, but I'll just reassign myself just so you can see how to do it. Now we've done the page and the ads manager, what we need to do is connect a pixel. Now you can also, by the way, add an Instagram if you wanted to. I skipped that out, but it's very simple. If you just go to pages, or sorry, if you go to Instagram, you can click add, and you can either add a brand new one or an existing one, or whatever you want to do, okay? And once you do that, you can go into pages, click connected assets, or connect assets, sorry, and you can connect an Instagram account. You can do it this way around as well. So what we want to do is actually add a pixel. So dataset and pixels, you can see you want to add a new pixel. Now we're not going to do it this way. We are going to do it directly in Shopify, because that connects it automatically, and it's just much easier. So let me show you how to do that. All right, here I am in my Shopify account. You can see this is a dummy account for the print on demand hub. We don't really sell anything here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this Shopify account to my Facebook account. And the reason why I want to do that with a pixel is so that anything that happens via an ad or via anything, Facebook can track it. So if someone clicks on an ad and then goes to my store and buys it, Facebook can use that pixel to track that buyer's activity, and then it can tailor ads and do all sorts of things once you have that pixel in place and that tracking in place. So you want to go over here and search for Facebook and Instagram. This is what you want to click, right? You then want to add this to your Shopify store. So click install. Right, all you need to do is click install. And this is assuming, by the way, you've set up your Shopify account, which you should have done before your Facebook account anyways. When you install the Facebook and Instagram app or sales channel, this will pop up, right? And it will say connect account. So let's click connect account. We then have to select continue as Shimmy. And now we have our account. So we can change this pixel. So we need to create a quick pixel. So let's go in and do that. So we go to overview. We can click start the setup. We've got a Facebook account, so we're using Shimmy. Business asset, so we're going to connect it to Dog Thread Tees as we've just made that. And then we're going to agree. Let's click submit for review. And in the meantime, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to data set and pixels underneath data sources. And I'm going to add a new pixel. So we're going to call this Dog Thread Tees. Click create, data created. To start receiving data, go to events manager, select connect data and choose type of data you want. So let's go here. Dog Thread Tees. Okay, so we can now see Dog Thread Tees is one of our data sets. So if we go back here we go. We need to actually connect that. So let's go to settings and we go to behavior we track with this data set. So let's click change and we've got Dog Thread Tees. So let's click connect there. So you can see here it says we've connected it to the dog thread tease data set, but it's not connected to any ad account. So what we need to do is go back to, here we go. This is our print on demand, our business portfolio. We're in settings. If we go down here to data set and pixels, we click this one, and we click connected assets, click connect assets, other one, dog thread tease, click add, assigned business asset. Brilliant. So now this pixel or this data set is connected to dog thread tease ad account. Now if we refresh this, let's have a look if that updated. There you go. It's now connected to one ad account. Brilliant. It's also connected to the page. Now that's all done, you're pretty much good with the setup. You have both your Facebook pixel, you have your Facebook page, you have your actual ads manager where we're going to be able to create the ads. And what I will say is if you do come across any issues along the way, Shopify support is amazing if any of those issues stem from Shopify. And Facebook support, whilst it's not amazing, it's actually terrible. But if you do need any help with the Facebook stuff, I would recommend reaching out to Facebook support if there's any technical issues. But for the most part, you've got your page, dog thread tease, you've got your ad account, dog thread tease, and we have our pixel, dog thread tease, right? It says no connected data, but we did actually just connect this. There, you can see it's connected over here. What we can also do is assign someone. So let's click assign people, and let's assign me. There you go, full control. You obviously want to do that as well. Don't know why I forgot to do that. Right, so now I've got full control. It's got a connected asset with dog thread tease. We've got our page, which obviously, remember, we want to add the profile picture and the cover photo and a post. We've got our ads account, and if we go and open ads manager, this is what our ads account looks like. Right, obviously there's no ads, and this looks very confusing. Don't worry, I'm going to walk you through this. But there you go. That is all you need to do to set up your business portfolio on Facebook. This was the hardest part. It was the most complicated, the most time consuming. Don't give up at this part if you get stuck or if it looks a little bit different for you. Just look around. If you do get stuck, feel free to, well, if you're in my community, feel free to post a question and just ask, like, I can't find this specific thing, or I can't find that, can someone help? But yeah, this is the hardest part of Facebook ads, is just this annoying setup, and that's because they keep changing things, they keep moving things around. But once you get past this, the next step of actually creating the ads, even though this seems daunting, it's much, much easier. And you'll see later on in this video as we start creating ads. That was fun, wasn't it? Well, by now you should have your business manager, your Facebook page, your Instagram, your ad account, your payment info, and pixel all set up correctly and connected correctly to Shopify. You just accomplished a major, major task. So well done. That setup was probably the hardest part of the entire process. So now that you've done that, you can breathe, relax, give yourself a pat on the back. Facebook don't make it easy. In fact, they make it confusing as hell. So just be happy that you've gotten this far. Now, if anything did look slightly different on your screen, don't freak out. Meta changes stuff constantly. Sometimes you just have to look around, follow the logic, and you'll find what you are looking for. Sometimes there's a setting that's moved to a different place or something like that. This exact setup gives you a stable foundation, so you're not getting banned out of the gate or wasting money due to broken tracking or something like that. Now, there is always the possibility that you'll still get banned out of the gate or after a few days, but please don't worry, don't freak out. This happens sometimes. Just make sure to appeal it and wait. If you can appeal again, okay, but don't set up a new account or try some backdoor tricks that you may have seen online. You don't want to piss off Facebook. Just appeal it and wait. I also want to add, this might seem a little overwhelming now that you are looking at the Facebook Business Manager and the dashboard, and there's a lot going on. You might panic. Please don't do that. The next section of this video is understanding the Facebook ads interface and the business manager. So I've got you covered. I wasn't kidding at the beginning when I said I was going to cover absolutely everything when it comes to Facebook ads. Understanding the Facebook ads interface. Let's now take a quick look at the business manager, the Facebook page and your ads account to familiarize ourselves with the user interface. And please remember that this can change. And if you're watching this video and the interface looks a little bit different, it doesn't mean this whole video is out of date and irrelevant. It just means Facebook have, once again, moved some stuff around. But that's it. It's really okay, and don't let it stop you from pushing forward. Let's quickly walk through the interface of your Facebook business account so you can see what we use, what's important, what you can ignore, and all of that. So this is just your account overview. It kind of gives you your opportunity score and all these things. Not very important. Right, as we go down, campaigns. This is your actual ads manager. This is where we're going to create these campaigns, where we're going to create our ads. Okay, and I'm going to explain this later on in the video, but we have campaigns, ad sets, and ads. And basically what that is campaigns is at the top of the level. It's like the overall folder. Inside campaigns, you have your ad sets, and inside your ad sets, you have your ads. So one campaign can have a bunch of ad sets, and each ad set can have a bunch of ads. Right, let's now go to the next one. So you've got ads reporting, audiences. So audiences is also interesting if you're going to start creating, custom audiences. So you can see here, create a custom audience, create a lookalike audience, create a saved audience. Right, you've then got advertising settings, billing and payments. That's another one. Obviously, you want to have your credit card connected. You've got your events manager, and this is now where your pixel lives, your dog, or the one that we made, your dog thread tease lives. And then if you click all tools, this is where it gets a little bit overwhelming, and that is very understandable. There's a lot going on here. So a couple of things we care about. So this ads manager, right? We care about this. That's also up here. So shortcut, it's the main one. We are also going to care about our commerce manager. Now, our commerce manager is going to be how we set up our catalog ad segments. So if we click into this, we can see basically when you have the pixel set up, you're able to create a catalog ad. And I'm going to get into detail about what a catalog ad is later on in the video. I don't want to overcomplicate this portion of the video, but basically it allows you to advertise all of your products at once with one particular ad on Facebook. And what we're able to do is, you can see catalogs. What we're going to be able to do is create a specific catalog ad and segment it in a certain way, and that's going to take place in the commerce manager. But for now, we don't need to worry about that. We then obviously have our page. So you know, the Facebook page that we created. And I mean, I guess the main thing is going to be over here in settings, business settings. And this is where you're going to be able to just see most of the stuff you need to see. So your pages, right? So this is a dog thread tease. If you want to view it on Facebook, just click view on Facebook, right? You've got your ad account. So this is the ad account for dog thread tease. You can open an ads manager. You've got your commerce accounts. Again, we just spoke about that. We've got the Instagram account, the data sources, which is the pixel, and that's pretty much it. Really don't overcomplicate the Facebook ad side of things. We have like integrations and brand safety and all this kind of stuff, but really don't worry about that for the meantime. And then of course you also, like I said before, you got your security center, which is where your two-factor authentication is. And then you've got your billing and payments, which is where you'll put your card information in. But yeah, that's really it. I mean, I spend most of my time in the ads manager portion of things, right? Once you've done that initial setup, you've connected everything up and everything's good, you're going to spend 99.9% of your time in this section, the ads manager, right? And in the ads manager, that's where we're going to do everything. Create our ads, analyze our ads, make new ads, pause ads, basically run the entire business. The Facebook side of things is going to live in here. So really don't get like put off or worried by just looking at this insane menu of things, because we don't use 99% of it. Now that you're armed with all of that information and you've got your whole business page and ads account all set up, let's move on to part 4, which is creating your first ad. It's just amazing that you've gotten this far from the very beginning to now creating your first ad. Let's do it. Hopefully by now, you should have a deep understanding of Facebook ads. Not only that, but you should have your ads account all set up, ready to go with your first ad. Well, that's what we're going to do now. Create your first ad. I'm not just going to help you create your first ad and then leave you. This is the full package. I'm covering everything here. After going over how to create your first ad, we're going to look at how to analyze it, what to look for, how to know what to do next, and then we'll start on the second ad. This second ad will be different to the first, and after fully analyzing that one, we'll go on to our third ad. My goal here is to leave you fully prepared to create Facebook ads and fully understand how to read the data and what to do with that information. So for now, let's get on with creating your first ads. Before you get too excited and empty your bank account into Facebook, wait. Remember the 3 stages of Facebook ads: test, optimize, and then scale. This first ad is not only there to test, but is also vital to warm up our account and show Facebook we're a real person and not some bot. Warming up your ads account helps ensure you don't trigger a suspension from Facebook bots. Your first ad is therefore going to be a mock-up test, and we're going to use the designs that has the best chance of success. And if you have no personal data to back that up, you can see how this design has performed on other sites like Etsy, if there are similar concepts to it, of course. At this early stage, you shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. I discuss this a lot more in my design training on my community, so definitely go check that out if you want. The mock-up test is going to lay the foundation of what we should put on our store, what viewers resonate with, and what allows us to achieve a low CPC, which is a cost per click. And this is going to be a simple static ad. You'll want to test various different styles, different accessories, different colors, different backgrounds. This isn't a fast process, and it's not meant to be a fast process. It can take a little bit of time. All the while, you'll be warming up your ads account and you'll be gathering a heck of a lot of data to see what resonates with your audience the most. The reason this test is so important is because it plays a huge part in your profit margin down the line. For example, let's say that you are getting a $1 cost per click. 100 link clicks to your store will cost you $100. If you then have a 3% conversion rate on your store, you would have got 3 sales. Now that's great, but it could be so much better. If you spent longer fine-tuning your mock-up and you got it to a point where you achieved 50 cents cost per click, that same $100 would now get you 200 clicks, which is 200 visitors to your store. And that same conversion rate of 3% would now get you 6 sales, doubling your revenue whilst keeping costs the same. That's why mock-up tests are so important. Think of this ad like a metal detector. We're just listening for the beep before we start digging. Here are some examples of different mock-ups. Let's have a look at why some work and some don't. You have 3 different main styles, such as flat lay, 3D, and lifestyle. For us, the most popular mock-up has been a 3D style and some light pattern overlaying the off-white background. The shirt is zoomed in and the design is large and clear. Why did this work for us? Well, if you think about it, what's the most important goal of the mock-up? To get someone to click shop now. And what's going to get someone to click shop now? If they like the design. And in order for them to like the design, they need to be able to see it in under 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds to be exact. So the most important element of the mock-up is how clear the design is on the front. Is it immediately recognizable and large enough that someone with even a 4-inch phone screen can see it? That's what you have to consider. This flat lay mock-up with accessories down the sides does very, very well too. The accessories act as a pattern interrupt, which can snap someone out of their Facebook doom scroll. And it can draw the eye into the middle of the image, which is where the design is. There are also cool tricks that you can do, such as have an accessory in the bottom right corner and make it a brighter color to draw their eye closer to the shop now button. And you want to make sure that all of these accessories are small, and not just small, but proportionate to a t-shirt. So don't have a tiny little pair of shoes if that doesn't look right with a t-shirt, or massive sunglasses or something. Like, it's got to be proportionate. You also want to make sure that they are flat lay, just like the t-shirt, and you want to ensure that they are background elements. They should never ever steal the focus away from the design. Again, remember, at the end of the day, someone isn't looking at this mock-up to buy a pair of jeans or a backpack or one of your accessories. You want to sell the t-shirt design with the graphic on it. So just always remember the goal of the mock-up. It's there to highlight the design and make it front and center. You can see with this flat lay mock-up, there isn't negative space around the t-shirt. It's as big as it can be. The accessories are subtle, but incredibly niche focused. And the design is nice and big on the center of the shirt, really making it stand out and clear to read. If we look at this next mock-up as an example, we can see that there are jeans, shoes, some flowers, a blanket, and a whole lot of wasted space around the t-shirt. As well as that, the shirt is tied at the bottom and folded at the sleeves. A customer wouldn't receive the product like that, so it wouldn't be cohesive with the marketing that they saw, and that could lead to refunds or just unhappy customers and bad reviews. Even though it's a very pretty mock-up, the small shirt and the wasted space around it means the design on the shirt is going to be even smaller. Remember, this image will be shrunk down to fit on a mobile newsfeed. You don't have that much space to play around with, so please don't waste it. This mock-up could be so much better if it was cropped so the t-shirt became front and center, nice and big, with a big clear design on it. The next mock-up has the t-shirt folded with the label out. Whilst this is definitely a pattern interrupt and it stands out a little bit, it's broken the #1 rule. The design is not clearly visible on the front. Not only that, the design is cut off at the bottom and covered by the label. And this kind of mock-up would look cool on a website as the second or third image. But this wouldn't work so well as a Facebook ad where our #1 goal is to get them to click shop now because of what they have seen. And then finally, this last lifestyle mock-up. Technically, ads with faces increase engagement by 38%. And whilst I would usually agree, with print on demand, it's a little different. I've personally spent over $10,000 testing this single mock-up style, and I've had mixed results. But because the design is so small on the shirt as the mock-up is trying to squeeze in a whole body, it becomes very hard to see. And from my tests, all the mock-ups with men did significantly worse than my 3D or flat lay tests, and the mock-ups with women were a bit of a mixed bag. Some did slightly better, some did slightly worse. However, we take the data to the next step. The first thing we're looking for is clicks, but the next thing is conversions on our website. And that's where the difference were night and day. The flat lay and 3D mockups outperform the lifestyle mockups, even with the women lifestyle mockups every single time. Even though some of the women mockups got slightly cheaper cost per clicks, they resulted in terrible website conversions. And I believe it was down to people clicking for the wrong reasons or just clicking to get a slightly closer zoom in on the design. Whereas the flat lay and the 3D mockups were clear as day from the Facebook ad, and people were clicking the ad were much more, likely to buy. They were much more intentional buyers. So our first ad, it's going to be a mock-up test, and you might need to test 10, 20, 50, or 100. There's no magic number. And what you're looking for are cheap cost per clicks, anything under 75 cents. Although personally, I like to aim for anything around 50 cents. In terms of how to set it up, the exact steps are coming shortly. There's just a few more key fundamentals to understand specifically about ad creation. Moving on to the key components of a high-performing Facebook ad. Your ad is made up of a few key components: the design, the mock-up, the primary text, the headline, and the call to action. Whilst each of these things aren't equally as important, you still shouldn't forget them. Your mock-up and design is the first thing that people will see. Remember, you have 1.7 seconds here to stop someone from their doom scroll. And we've spoken enough about how important the design and the mock-up is. So I'm sure you won't speed past this component. The next is the primary text. And the truth is, you want to keep it short and clear. Please don't overthink this. Our best-selling copy simply says, new and then niche collection drop. Save up to 30% off for a limited time. Shop now at yourstore.com/sale. It's that easy. And you can also have a niche relevant emoji on the first line before and after the text if you want. That's worked well for us as well. We've tested a lot of copy, and that has consistently done quite well for us. Another one is your niche lovers. Meet your new favorite tees. Save up to 30% off. Shop now at yourstore.com/sale. And there's a whole bunch more, and they'll all be in the resource file that will accompany this video, and you'll be able to download all of them, so don't worry about that. You then have your headline and your call to action. The headline title, that's worked best for us, it just says t-shirt sale with a t-shirt emoji, and the little subheading underneath, we've always just put printed and shipped in the US, and it's done well. But again, feel free to try something else here. It's totally okay to test out different ideas. None of this copy is an exact science. Testing is going to be key here. So whilst you'll have this ad copy and these headlines and these mock-ups examples to start with, please don't let that substitute you testing and trying stuff out down the line as well. When you are making your ad, Facebook will prompt you to use their AI suggestions for the copy. It's terrible. Don't use it. At least not yet. Maybe down the line it will get a bit better. If you have specific offers running, you can use those in the ad copy or the image as well. However, from my testing, I have found it to be a little bit annoying because if an ad is performing really, really well, but we change the offer or it expires, that ad with all of that social proof becomes useless. So we've stopped putting specific offers like buy two and get one free and stuff like that in our ad copy. What should the budget be for your first ad? That's a good question. Well, remember how I said testing and having around $400 a month is a solid starting point? That came from experience and a specific reason. $400 a month allows you to test $100 each weekend of the month. And we run mock-up tests from Thursday to Sunday. Consumer intent is at its highest over the weekend. And although ads might be a little bit more expensive, we usually get the best data. So if we run our ads at $25 a day for 4 days, that would be $100. We can then look at the data, tweak things, add, change, or remove things, and then run it again the next weekend with another $100. And enough of this will give us good data to find a good cost per click. If $25 a day is too much for you starting out, feel free to just start with $12.50 a day. But note that you might not get enough data to make accurate decisions so fast. It could just take you a little bit longer. In terms of location, we target just the US. Some people target other countries and then leave out certain countries. But when we're starting out, we are only selling to the US market. So there's no point, someone in the UK seeing our ad. And because of the way we have set up our fulfillment services, it wouldn't be smart for us to target other countries as those people will be paying a lot of money in international shipping. Down the line, when we start scaling, we'll add international fulfillment to our website and we'll start running ads to other countries. But starting out, just focus on the US. It's the biggest and best audience for print on demand. Now, just before we go over the step-by-step for setting up your first ad, let me quickly mention a couple of no-nos when it comes to ads. Make sure your ad is PG rated. No profanity, sex, guns, violence, drugs. This might seem obvious, but not to everyone. And I've seen very questionable designs that I've had to tell people to leave out of their ad campaigns, otherwise they'll risk their ads account, being suspended or banned. Make sure not to directly call someone out as well. No you content. And of course, it goes without saying, don't use copyrighted stuff. I'll have a link to all the rules that Meta set out down below as well for you. It'll be in the resources pack that you'll be able to download. So feel free to have a read through Meta's ad policy guidelines. It won't do any harm, but don't panic over it. Chances are you're absolutely fine. If it seems questionable to you or to a friend, it probably is, so just be a little bit careful. All right, let's do this. Should we head over to Facebook Ads Manager now and create our first real ad? Let's do it. All right, we're now going to create our first ad, our mock-up testing ad. So this is what our ads manager looks like. Okay, we have campaigns, let's get rid of that. We have ads, we have campaigns, we have ad sets, and we have ads. So we're going to have a campaign for each major task. So a mock-up testing campaign, a catalog campaign, a scaling campaign, a testing campaign. And within those campaigns, there will be various ad sets, and within each ad set, there'll be various ads. We like to have 5 ads per ad set, and then we don't really set a number on the ad sets within a campaign. So let me just quickly explain a couple other things. You've got your performance, so these are your columns, and we're going to amend these later on when we're analyzing this. We've got our breakdown, so if you ever want to break down an ad by a specific thing. We've got our reports and then charts and whatnot. So let's start with click the big green create button. Now we've spoken about all these different types of ads and we're going to go for sales ad. So click continue. We then will be given an option. So you no longer need to choose campaign setup, Advantage Plus. We don't want to do Advantage Plus. Not for this anyways. So we've got auction type, campaign objective, Advantage Plus catalog is off, Budget is campaign budget, so we actually want ad set budget for this. So you have a CBO and an ABO, that's a campaign budget optimization or an ad budget optimization. So for this, we want to do ad set budget. And that means we're going to be setting the ad budget over here in the ad set and not in the campaign. A/B split test can be off. Now let's just name this CO1 underscore mockup underscore test. Okay, brilliant. So this is the first part. Now let's click next, and that will take us to the ad set. Now within the ad set, we are going to have, so this is a mockup ad, remember, so we're going to have the campaign, which is obviously our mockup testing campaign, and then each ad set is going to be a series of mockups. It depends on how much money you want to spend at the beginning. So let's just keep this really simple, and we're going to create one ad set, and in that ad set there's going to be 5 different mockups. So this could just be called AS for ad set. And then as a couple of things, so over here, conversion location, what are we trying to do? We are trying to go send them to the website, right? Performance goals and maximum number of conversions, yep. Data set is the dog thread tease, that's our pixel. Conversion event, so we want purchase. There you go, purchase. Okay, we're not going to do a cost per result goal. We're going to leave that. We're going to leave all of this. Our budget, so depending on what our budget is, so we're going to do $25 a day over 4 days, which is $100. We're going to get this to go live on Thursday, so I'm actually filming this on Thursday, so that's kind of works quite well. And we're going to pause it on Sunday. I'm not going to set an end date, I'm just going to manually check it. Right, and then we've got to do our audience. So you can see this is Advantage Plus is on. Basically, this just means this is a broad audience. We're letting Facebook do its thing with this audience. And the only thing we need to really change with this is the location. So we don't want to target the United Kingdom. We want to target the United States. So let's remove United Kingdom. Right, and now we're just targeting the United States. The placement we can also just leave. So that's pretty much our ad set. So what we're going to do now in the name is put in US, so targeting the United States, and there's not really much else to put here. I mean, we could put a little bit like 1 to 5, meaning like these are our mockups 1 to 5, and then the next one could be 6 to 10, and so on and so on. So now let's click next, and this is the main area. Okay, so let's just get rid of this because we don't have Instagram connected at the moment. So we need to name this. So depending on what the mockup is, so let's just say we have, so A for ad underscore, and then, you know, specific design, and then underscore the type of mockup it is. Maybe it's like a wood background, right? Or maybe it's something like that. You then want to select your page, so Facebook, so dog thread tease, right? We don't have Instagram, so we're going to leave that. And then we need to create the ad. So we've either got a manual upload or Advantage Plus catalog ads. We're going to be talking about Advantage Plus catalog ads in the next part of this video. Still also within this video, but just the next part of this video. For now, we're going to do a manual upload. We want to do a single image for this mockup test. Again, the mockup test is just, you were just trying to see how we can get the lowest cost per click. We can leave all of that. Destination, so obviously this needs to be our website. So yourstore.com/sale, and you'll want to set this collection up in the Shopify side of things. So if you go into Shopify and you go to products, collections, you'll be able to create a custom collection, so add a collection, and you'll be able to, so once you've created this collection, so just say all products, you can add all the products to this one, and then you want to just create a link that is your store name /sale. Okay, just like this. The display link can be whatever. Right, then let's go to the ad creative. So this is what the ad's actually going to look like, because right now it doesn't really look like anything. So we need to go through and click. Let's just double check. Yeah, so if you see your meta pixel not active, it's just because it hasn't had anything. There's been nothing's fired it. There's been no actions. So set up the ad creative. We now want to click image ad, and that will pop this new thing up. Now we've got this creative setup, right? Well, you can do it here, but honestly, I just go over here to media. Let's upload. So we're going to upload our mockup. Right, this is our first mockup test. We just need to leave this like this, keep it original. And now we need a primary text, a headline, and a description, and then a call to action. So we spoke about this a little bit earlier in the video, but let's just go for, right, we don't want to go with these Advantage Plus creative text generation ones. We just want to leave that. The headline can say anything, t-shirt sale, and then description, printed and shipped in the US. You want the shop now call to action, click next, and now you've got all of this. You should leave this because you don't need any of this. Skip and continue. You also don't need these enhancements, so I turn off all the enhancements, and then you just click done. Okay, so this is what it looks like. This is going to be your ad over here, right? You've got, obviously, bear in mind, I don't have a thumbnail. I've skipped a lot of the things that obviously you shouldn't be skipping. You know, you should have a picture here and all that kind of stuff. But you've got this new niche collection, sale at 30% off limited time, shop now, your store sale, then t-shirt sale, shop now. Brilliant. That is a solid mock-up test. And just another thing to point out, here it says A_design wood. So you can see I've gone for a wood background. You can do more things like wood and red helmet. Where it says design, actually put your design, right? Don't just use the word design. I just did that as like a placeholder. Right. Once we've done our ad creative, we then can just kind of scroll down. This all looks okay. This looks okay. Description's fine. Call to action's fine. This is all okay. Tracking. Yep. Okay. The next thing we would do is click publish. Now, before we click publish, we can actually duplicate that and test a few different mockups. So remember how we said this was mockups 1 to 5. So this is mockup 1. So let's actually add that to the name. _1. Oops. Or _1, right? Now, by the way, if it says there's an error, it's just this Instagram, which I haven't connected. Then what we can do is we can just click duplicate, right? And what this is going to do is this is going to duplicate this specific ad. So we can see, keep it in the existing campaign, keep it in the existing ad set, and now I want to duplicate it 4 times. Okay, click duplicate. And now we're going to see 4 more pop up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now we can go into each one, right? We can change this to 2. We can change this design to have a different design name, design 2, and maybe it's got a white background or something, whatever it might be, right? You now want to go through each of these and do the same thing for this one. So this would be 3. This one would be 4. Oops, that showed 3 again. That would be 4. And then this one would be 5. And of course, like I said, you're going to have, to be honest, it could be the same design, right? You could use the same design on all of them. And I actually would recommend using the same design on all of them, but just with different backgrounds and different accessories and maybe even different t-shirts, right? And then you're going to go through each one and you're going to go to the bottom over here with the creative setup, and you're going to click edit media, and you're going to change this image. So let's pick a different image. In order to select a different image, just click upload, and let's select another image. So now the next one we're going to do is this one. Let's let that load. Great. Oh, cool. Let's click next. Yep, that's all okay. Let's click next. So we don't want to change any of this. This is all fine. Click next. Skip and continue. We want to turn all of this off. Yep, done. Great. Now we've got our first one, which looked like this. Our second one looked like this. Now I know this is a different design. I just grabbed an image off the internet, but you'd have the same actual design, but you can see how the mockup has changed. So we've got a different kind of background, jeans and a pair of shoes, and here we've got shoes, helmet, and a bottle, right? And you'll do that for each of them, right? So that way you'll have 5 different mockups in your test. And again, this is one ad set. If you wanted to, you could then duplicate this. So now it's in the existing campaign, and we want to create a new ad set. So let's just say we want to create 2 of those. Click 2, right? And now what it's doing is it's actually duplicated this entire thing. So now we would go into this one and we would go 6 to 10, right? And then we would obviously go in and change all of these images. And then this one would be 11 to 15, right? And now technically we're testing 15 different mockups with all these different ad sets in this one campaign. But bear in mind, each ad set has its own budget, right? So because we did a an ABO, which is an ad set budget optimization, you can see $25, $25, and if we go to the first one, $25. So technically we're spending $75 a day here. It's a little bit too much to start with, so just start with testing 5 and see where you go. For now, let me just delete these. We don't need them. And what's going to happen is Facebook is going to split your budget across these 5 ads. Now, it might not do it evenly, and I've spoken about this in the video already, but it doesn't mean because there's 5 ads, we're spending $25, it's going to be $5 each. It could be that this design would, number 5, gets $20 of the ad spend, and the others just get like just over $1, right? What will happen is Facebook will determine which one is performing the best, and it will push the majority of the budget to that one. So once we've done this, we've got our campaign, we've got our ad set, and then we've got our 5 ads. We just need to click publish. And now we can see over here, we've got campaign. So C01 underscore mockup underscore test. We've got our ad set, AS mockup, US 1 to 5. And then we've got our ads. So these are the 5 ads. Again, there's no images, it's processing. I didn't add all the mockups. I'll let you do that on your real ads. You can see the 2 that I did add images for. They look like this and this. Right, so you can hover over it to get like a preview almost. So let me hover over it and I'll show you. So you can hover over it, you can get like a little preview. And then what you can do is you can actually click into this, and you can click this button here, which gives you a preview like this. And if you want, you can go and click this button over here, just over there, and you can click see post, Facebook post with comments. And this will take you to the actual post on Facebook. Pretty cool, right? Awesome. That is how you would set up your mock-up test. That's what it looks like. It's like I said, it's really not that difficult. It's much more straightforward than setting up the whole ads account to begin with. But that's it. You've now got your mock-up test. It says no ads, and that's because in review. So I wouldn't worry so much. Just let it process. I'm actually going to pause this because I don't want this to be playing. But the next thing we need to do is actually look at how to analyze this, and I'm going to grab one of my mock-up tests so we can analyze that data, and I'm going to show you what to look for. I'm going to take you through the various decisions that you might have to make, and then after that we're going to get on and make our next ad. So yeah, that is how you would set up your mock-up test ad. Brilliant. The ad is all set up now. Let's leave this going till Sunday and then come back to analyze the data. As a good rule of thumb, we recommend always having 3 days of data on an ad before making changes. Unless, of course, something drastic happens, we sometimes intervene a little bit earlier. For example, we had an ad that was getting $8 cost per clicks. We didn't want to wait 3 days for that to burn through our money, so we stopped that one early. When you start to run your ads continuously throughout the week, look at the data in 3-day stints. If it's showing good data, you can expand it to 7 days to see how the cost per click and the ROAS gets affected over a long period of time. For now, it's time to analyze the data specifically from the mock-up test. What are we looking for with this mock-up test? What was the aim? Well, the first thing was simply warming up our account, but the main goal of this ad was to find a mock-up that resonated with our audience and allowed us to achieve a low cost per click, anything between 50 and 75 cents, or lower than 50 cents is also okay. Once finding a winning mockup, we will want to update the mockups across our entire website so that there's continuity from the ad to the store. Up until this point, you can just use Printify's normal automatic mockups when you add all the products to your store. I wouldn't worry about putting like fancy mockups on your store until you've done this mockup test. So let's go over some broad things to consider when analyzing an ad, and then we'll get more specific into the mockup test numbers and discuss what your next steps should be based on and what various outcome you might have to take. If your CTR is low, it usually means you need to fix the creative. If your CPC is high, you need to generally fix the creative, change the mockup, and possibly the design. And if people bounce from your website, you need to fix the website. Maybe it's the speed, maybe it's the ease of use, maybe it's the clarity, maybe it's the site navigation. And if people stay on the site but don't buy, it could be an offer issue, a shipping issue, or maybe just a design issue. We are going to talk about all of these different issues and scenarios and data points and what to do based on what data you're getting later on in this video, but I'm only going to talk about well, now I'm only going to talk about the mock-up ads and how to analyze them and what steps to take based on the data that you receive from them. In the next ads, I will talk about how to analyze those, and the scaling ads, I'll talk about how to analyze those. So let's just stay focused and talk about mockups. I also just want to say, besides all those problems that I just mentioned, you know, the bad website, the bad design, the bad mockup, there are other problems that it can be. It's not limited to just these, although these ones that I've just mentioned are the most popular. So let's have a look at the mockup test and go through the data. Okay, it's now time to actually analyze the mockup test. And there's a couple of things that we're going to be looking for. I've got some screenshots here that I'm going to share with you in a second, but we're just going to talk about the differences between each mockup, the colors of the shirts, the colors of the accessories being different, the different designs I used and why I use those designs, how the budget was split up, you know, how the CPC can come down over a few days, the amount of link clicks that we're looking for, and if there are purchases, it's a nice addition. So let me make my screen big. So we've got these 4 phases of a Facebook ad. We're only going to be looking at this one for the time being. This is the phase 1 mock-up test. We're going to get to the other phases towards the end. Well, in the next part of the video, we've got the catalog ad test, and we've got various different phases that we're going to go through. But we just did the phase 1 test, which is setting up our mock-up. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually, well, I'm going to show you these different screenshots, and we're going to talk about these numbers specifically because you're going to see something very similar to this, right? And with these numbers, I want to share with you what steps you should take. And I've got that over here under analyzing the data. So let's just quickly start with looking at these numbers. So you can see I've got a load of mockups, right? You've got, well, mockup 28, 23, 29, 30. There's a lot of mockups here, right? And just on these numbers, we can see the budget was $25, okay? I spent $93.61 over here, and this was a little bit later. I spent $119.74. And you can see the different types of mockups we've got here. This has got grass in the background. This has got like bark. This has got wood. This has got a darker wood. And then this is just white. And these are all just white. The difference between these ones are the designs and the different accessories. So that's a red bag, that's a yellow bag, a green bottle, a black bottle, a yellow bag again. And then over here we can see we've got like a blue bag, a red sleeping bag. So just various different things that I was testing. Now I did over 90 tests before I found my winner. And funnily enough, none of these were actually winners for me. So you can see here we've got 2 link clicks, 1 link click, 2 link clicks, and 114 link clicks and 2 purchases. So this one might look like a winner, 114 link clicks, but $1 for me was just a little bit too expensive and I wasn't happy with that. And then with these ones, we've got 26 link clicks. This one got the most at $1.73. So again, a little bit too much. So what I would do with this information is see, okay, Facebook spent majority of the money on mockup 24 and then the majority of the money on mockup 70. So I would look at these mockups and see, okay, so there's a blue t-shirt or navy blue t-shirt and it's this design. And this one has 24, a black t-shirt with this design, and it's at an angle with some red down here, and that resonated. So honestly though, I'm going to ignore this whole picture because this is not a very good representation. This actually, well, I say that this is not a good representation, but it could be exactly what your ads look like. So just when I'm explaining this, it applies to all different types of screenshots or data. So with this mockup 70 at $1 cost per click, $113 spent, okay, I will look and say, right, so there's a yellow bag, yellow is good. There's a navy t-shirt, right, navy's good. This is like a 3D kind of mock-up. Even though it's not a person, it's like not a flat lay, it's like 3D flat lay almost. And it's got a white background. So what I might want to try and do is change the color of the t-shirt, change the color of the accessory, maybe change this left accessory from being boots to being something else, right? I want to mess around with it very, very, very subtly whilst keeping the overall mock-up the same. And if I was doing that with this data, so this data is not nearly as good because a lot less money has been spent, there's not as many clicks. So what can we do with it? Well, we can see, right, so having an angle that could work. This dark wooden background that seems to stand out. You know, the red sleeping bag that does well as well. So what I might want to do with this is just try and change the color of the t-shirt from being black to being something else, keeping the angle, keeping the red, maybe changing the background as well, right? And you're using what you have, you're using what little data you have to kind of draw similarities. So again, another one, this one got 9 clicks, and this has a yellow bag, which is interesting because this yellow bag and this one also had a yellow bag. So maybe I will try this one over here, this Mockup 24, which got the majority of the clicks, 26 clicks. Maybe I'll try a yellow sleeping bag, seeing as yellow seems to be doing a little bit better. Yeah, yellow seems to be a little bit cheaper over here as well. Yellow is cheaper, and then yellow has been the cheapest here. And then I guess red over here, this is red and it's got 79 cents, but it's only got 1 click. We're looking for, you know, at least 10 clicks or $5 spent. We're looking for like a little bit more data. There's just not very much data to go off with these screenshots. So that's how you would look at your data. That's how you would kind of analyze it. You would make subtle tweaks to the best performers and then try again over the next weekend. And like I said, it can take quite a bit of time, but the whole idea here is you want to find the best possible mock-up, because then when you run ads in the future with that mock-up, you're going to get cheap cost per clicks, and cheap cost per clicks means you can get more visitors to your website for less money. So the 4 phases of Facebook ad scaling. We're just going to talk about phase 1. We'll get onto phase 2, the next part. So the mock-up test setup. You don't need to use a test. You don't need to test with $25 a day if your budget is lower. That's okay. Just bear in mind it could take a little bit longer. I like to have no more than 5 ads in an ad set. I found any more than that and the budget wouldn't be distributed enough across the mock-ups. Please don't spend a lot here. That's a really big one. Make sure to pause and analyze the data after the 4-day test, so Thursday to Sunday. And we use an ABO, which is an ad set budget optimization, so that we can run multiple different ad sets and more than 5 mockups at once. So this is what our ad looks like. We want to create the mockup ad test, so we create a campaign. We then create the ad set, so mockup test 1 to 5, 23rd January to the 2nd, and then we do the 5 mockups. And this is what we're looking for. So let's analyze that data. Has an individual mockup spent over $5? No? Well, then we'll come over here. Facebook didn't see any value in this mockup and didn't allocate the budget. This might be because of a small budget. That's always a potential. Or there's just too many ads in the ad set. Or maybe it's just not a good mockup according to Facebook. But let's say it did spend over $5. Has an individual mockup got over 5 clicks? I aim for over 10, but 5 is also workable. No? It takes you back here. Right? Yes. Well, we've got 2 options now. Was the CPC under 75 cents or was the CPC under $1? If it's under 75 cents, this is a great test. Test this mockup with 3 to 5 designs and see what happens. This is an extra step I take to really ensure the mockup is good before I spend hours updating my entire store. So a lot of people, when they get this result, 10 clicks at 75 cents, they'll say, I've got a winning mockup. That's great. I'm going to update my entire store and start scaling. But what I like to kind of put an extra barrier there just to really be sure. So I'll use that exact same mockup across 5 designs, which is kind of what happened over here. Even though the mockup is slightly different, we've got 5 different designs here with almost the same mockup, just a couple of different colors and different color t-shirts. With this scenario where I say over here, test with 3 to 5 designs, you want the entire mock-up, the color of the t-shirt, the accessories, the placement, everything to be identical. The only thing you want to change is the actual t-shirt design, right? And like I said, this is just an extra step. Is the CPC under $1? This is also pretty good, but you can try and make very, very minor tweaks, such as the t-shirt color or the accessory color, to see if you can bring that down just a little bit. Okay, and then is your CPC $1 to $3? This is too expensive and will need more tweaking, different backgrounds and different accessories. You can still try and pinpoint some of the winners. And when I say winners, I mean the ones that Facebook put the majority of the budget to. And then a CPC over $3, I consider this a bust, and I would redesign a brand new mockup, but I would still use elements of the mockup that had the most spend, as Facebook must have seen something in it. This could also mean that maybe you just need a new design. Maybe the design is the biggest issue with your mockup test. And then, has it got any purchases? Whilst a sale should trump any data, and usually I would say it does, have a look and see why it got a sale. Was that design really, really good? If the cost per click was still really high, that might not be a good sign, regardless of a sale. The design might be good enough to have gotten the sale. We just need a different frame to bring the CPC, the cost per click, down. You will want to use that design in future mock-up tests because clearly it's proven its worth. Right, so that is what you need to do. So once you run your mock-up test, have a look at this thing, and you'll be able to download this entire thing with the rest of the assets, like the resources download pack that's going to come with this video. And when you run your weekend test, it will look like this. The numbers will look something like this, and then just put them through here and see how that would work. Right? That is all you have to do when it comes to analyzing your mock-up data and deciding what to do next. And like I said, if you found a winning mock-up, you don't have to do this step. If you want to just jump straight to the next step, which is setting up our catalog ad, you can do that. If you want to just really, double check and triple check and just really ensure that you've got yourself a good mock-up, you can run this test. Then after that, move on to the next step. But yeah, that is the full process of setting up your mock-up test. Now let's move on to the next section. By now, we've created our first ad, we've ran our first mock-up test, and we've learned what to do next. You've honestly come so far already. Things are really starting to heat up now, and we're on our hunt to find the best selling designs out of our first batch of 100 designs. Once we have sales, everything changes. The data that we can get from sold designs is incredible. We can start to see what humor resonates, what graphics, fonts, and colors our audience like the most, and we can see which ads we should be focusing on moving forward. This is a really exciting time because all of that hard work that we've done so far is going to start to pay off now. And this is really what it feels like to have a real business. Let's start with the different ad types that can typically be used for print on demand, and then we'll go into detail on how to set them up and how to analyze their data. There are 5 ad types we're going to go over: static ads, catalog ads, slideshow ads, video ads, and carousel ads. 5 different ways to grab a viewer's attention and turn them into a website visitor with the goal of turning them into a customer. Static ads are the bomb. We love static ads, but again, that's us. Other people have more success with other ad types. A static ad is a single image with some text and a call to action button. It's simple, it's effective, and it's great for putting scroll-stopping designs and mock-ups to the test. This is great for testing new designs, scaling designs, and producing long-term evergreen income streams. The next is the catalog ad, otherwise known as the dynamic product ad. And this ad type is the holy grail for print on demand. This really allows us to test our entire collection all at once. The catalog ad pulls products straight from your Shopify catalog using the Meta Pixel, and it displays the products to viewers based on browsing or buying behavior. This ad type is key for this business. This ad type allows you to test your entire catalog with one ad and get huge amounts of data. And Facebook will favor designs that are performing well, and it will allow you to pick out potential winners really quickly versus having to make 100 unique static ads that would take you a really long time. The catalog ad is just one single ad that cycles through your entire catalog. It's awesome. And this ad is vital, and I'm going to show you step by step how to set it up. The next are slideshow ads, and these are multiple static images turned into a short video that loops automatically. This is good as it gets your ad on video placements. It's fast loading and it's just images looping, and the movement can catch the eye and be a good pattern interrupt for people stuck in a scroll. This is a great way of showing multiple products in one go, or multiple color options or mock-ups all in one ad. The next ad are video ads, and these are straight up videos. 5 to 15 seconds long is ideal, and these are becoming way more popular, especially UGC, which is user generated content, and especially on platforms like TikTok. We're on Facebook here, so it's a little different, but they still do perform quite well. This is a great way to show your brand in a different way. Maybe you can make more viral, trendy videos showcasing your brand's humor or your designs. Another cool thing to know is Facebook prioritizes video in feed placements, but you need a really solid hook. The first 3 seconds are everything. Funny ads are brilliant and they work best. The fifth ad type are carousel ads, and these are swipeable image ads, which is perfect for showcasing multiple products or multiple colors in one go. It's interactive as the viewer can kind of swipe through between the images at their own pace, and it can be great for storytelling. We've used this one to showcase our bestsellers or showcase frequently bought together designs, as we know individual people are more likely to pull certain designs together. From all of these ad types, the two main ones that we use are static ads and catalog ads. However, a lot of success can be had with the other ad types, and learning about all is really valuable for your overall business. For now, we're going to focus on the catalog ad. I'll explain why in a moment. We've already discussed the ad creative, so I won't repeat myself, but by now you should have a winning mock-up and winning copy that you've tested with the previous mock-up ad tests. Remember, copy can always change and you can always test new ideas. The mock-up is set, but that doesn't mean we can't test other mock-ups down the line. We had a specific mock-up just for Father's Day, and that outperformed any ad we've ever made. But it was a specific Father's Day mock-up and we wouldn't have put it on our website. We just used it in our ads. And the call to action should always be shop now. Now that we've quickly discussed that, let's go over the organization and the structure of your ads account so we can keep it nice and organized moving forward. If you skip this section, it'll only be a matter of time before you end up with the world's messiest, most disorganized Facebook ads account, which you don't want. Firstly, let's get one thing straight. There is no universal right way to structure your Facebook ads account. The only thing you want to do is make sure you're consistent with your naming conventions and that you know what's going on. So the structure I share is what I do, but you don't have to copy me. When I first started Facebook ads 11 years ago, I had no interest in keeping my account neat. And well, it showed very quickly. It became almost unusable because there was just such a messy amount of ads everywhere. So let's quickly go over campaign, ad set, and ads, and what each one means. The easiest metaphor I can think of is creating a blockbuster movie. Entry level of the ad structure plays a key role in bringing the movie to life. And if one part flops, the whole thing tanks. Let's start at the campaign level. This is the director's vision, the idea, the mastermind behind the project. What's the project all about? In ads, well, that's your objective. Do you want views, clicks, or sales? You need to start by setting the goal like anything with life. The next is the ad set, and this is like the casting and the budget department. We have a clear objective from the campaign, and now we need to cast our audience, decide the location, set the schedule, and allocate a budget. And the budget can also be set at the campaign level, but we're not going to discuss that now. I don't want to complicate this or confuse anyone. So the ad set is the engine room. It determines who gets shown in your ad, how much you're spending, where they see it, and when it will go live, and for how long on the big screen. In ad terms, this is what the audience actually sees. Your creative is the actor, the costume, the script, the delivery, everything that they'll experience in those few seconds scrolling. This will include the visual, which is your design and your mock-up, the dialogue, which is your ad copy, the title, which is your ad headline, and then the call to action button, which will be shop now. You could have the best budget and the best cast, but if the film is boring, no one will watch it and it will get terrible reviews. The same goes for print on demand. If your mock-up or your designs aren't very good, Facebook ads won't save you. The reason we need it to be neat is for clarity. Clarity is speed. And when you're testing so many designs and so many ads with various ad types and various targeting methods, it can become quite hard to keep track of. And I want your time to be spent on high-level decision making, not hunting through poorly named ads to find the one that you are looking for. If everything is labeled right, you'll spot winners faster, you'll kill losers faster, and you'll inevitably save more money. And when it comes to scaling, it will be far easier to do that with a neat ads account. Okay, have I convinced you? Keep your account clean and organized. So what could your account look like? What are some naming conventions that you can adopt if you want? And then we'll get into setting up the catalog ad, and that's when things are going to get really exciting. So you have three main places, and we can call them folders if you want within your ads account. You have campaigns, then ad sets, then ads. Campaigns sit at the top, and inside campaigns you have your ad sets, and inside that you have your ads. It's pretty straightforward when you think of it like that. So with naming, this is what it could look like. For the campaign level, we can use CO1, CO2, CO3, and so on. Then we can put the goal name. So CO1 underscore mockup underscore test. That's where all our mockup tests will live. Then in the ad set level, we can set the targeting. So the name could be AS ad set underscore US underscore broad underscore mockups underscore 1 to 5. If you go for a specific gender, you could put M or F in it. And if you have a specific age range, you could put that in the name as well at the ad set level. Then the last name is the ad. So for the mockup test, it could be something like A01, so ad 01, and then design name underscore mockup 1. Just something like that. Now for the rest of the campaigns, we can have the next one called CO2 underscore catalog, another one CO4 underscore winning and scaling, and then CO5 underscore retargeting. Those are all the different types of campaigns you might want, and the way that we name them and the way that you can name them if you want to kind of keep it neat and organized. That gives us a campaign for mockups, catalog ads, statics, winners, and retargeting ads, and that's more than enough at the beginning. Now, as I said earlier, we're going to start with catalog ads. Let me quickly explain why. The catalog ad is your entire Shopify store packed into one scroll-stopping Facebook ad. But without a good mock-up, your catalog ad can flop. So at its core, a catalog ad, also known as a dynamic product ad, is an ad that automatically pulls product info and the mockups directly from your Shopify store via the Facebook product catalog that you've connected through the Meta Commerce Manager. That's why mockup tests are so important, because it's pulling the mockups from your website, which means you would have needed to run that mockup test and then updated your store with the winning mockup before you run a catalog ad. That way it's pulling the best performing mockup from your website for the catalog ad. This catalog ad doesn't just show one design, it rotates multiple products dynamically based on what Facebook thinks the user might engage with. Why is this so cool? Well, this allows you to test a lot at once. So you don't need 100 different static ads to test your first 100 designs. You can just let Facebook's AI auto-optimize which products to show which people. And this is without a doubt the cheapest and fastest way to test your entire collection from the get-go. Catalog ads are designed to show people products they're most likely to click, and they'll give you broad data across your entire range of designs. But it's very important to know, Facebook aren't looking to spread your budget evenly across your designs. They will happily dump 90% of your budget on the one design that people are clicking, liking, or hovering on, even if it's not your bestseller. Why? Because Facebook is running a live auction and it rewards click-through rates, engagement, and conversions. It doesn't care about your emotional attachment to a specific t-shirt design. So when you set up your catalog ad, you're not only looking for sales, you're looking for signals. Clicks on individual products shows which designs are drawing the most interest. And you can see what gets product views, what gets added to the cart, what gets the cheaper clicks. There's so much data that we can gather from a catalog ad, and the sales data is only one part of it. We're only starting with 100 niche focused designs, so one catalog ad is plenty. But down the line, you can have various catalog ads. You could have a bestseller catalog ad, a Christmas designs catalog ad, a Father's Day catalog ad. There's so many that you can do. By having smaller catalog ads, that budget could be spread more across less designs. But I wouldn't recommend doing this at the beginning. Just focus on your 100 designs and your single catalog ad. An important thing to remember is Facebook is taking every individual product type and adding it to the catalog. So if you have 100 designs in 7 colors and 7 different sizes, you actually have 4,900 individual products that will rotate on your catalog ad, even though there'll be a ton of duplicates, as there's no difference between a small and a 3XL when we're only talking about the ad creative and the design. Now you can counter this by excluding size variance, and this way you would bring your number of items down to just 700 products, a much smaller number of products for Facebook to cycle between to find a winner, which means your budget goes a much further way. There are a couple of big bottlenecks that really affects people's catalog ads. So let's quickly discuss those. Your catalog ad is only as strong as your website mockup, as it's pulling all the data from your website for the ad creative. That's why we run our mockup test before running a catalog ad. So even though I see people put fancy mockups on their website, with real models and all that kind of stuff and tiny designs and stuff that looks cool, people can barely see that when they're shopping. And because they think it looks more professional, they keep doing it. All it's really doing is hurting your chances when you start running that catalog ad. If you have world-class designs, but it can't be seen, it might not get the spend, as Facebook will deem it as a bad design. So it will relocate that budget. When in actuality, if you had it on a clear, big mock-up, customers would have interacted, they would have bought, and Facebook would have favored that design. Now, we mentioned this earlier, but I want to reiterate, if you set your budget at, let's say $25 a day, and Facebook keep pushing that all to a few of the designs, let's say 3 of the designs out of the 700 in the catalog ad, is because Facebook's machine learning system is wired to optimize based on engagement velocity, conversion prediction, and a low negative feedback signals. So it almost bets your budget on the products most likely to perform based on engagement. Basically, it knows what it's doing. And this is good because you can spot winners really fast, but it can be bad as it might disregard other designs too soon. And you can counter this by running smaller segmented catalog ads, or if you really want, just running manual static ads, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So do you see why we run catalog ads and why we put so much faith in them? And do you see why I always say Facebook is the easy part of the business? And that's because Facebook's AI is doing most of the work, trying to figure out how your customers are and who they are. And all you need to do is analyze the data and make more, better, relevant, intentional designs. That's really it. That's why catalog ads win. They're awesome. They're just so good. Now, in order to create a catalog ad, we need to make sure that we have that catalog ad set up. And a catalog ad is basically, let's forget the ad part. The catalog is basically a collection of all the products that you have on your Shopify website or your Shopify store. And Facebook puts that into a single catalog so that when you run an ad, it can cycle between all of those designs. And it basically allows Facebook's algorithm to automatically advertise all the products, and what it will do is it will give you a great amount of data as to which products are doing the best, which products Facebook are favoring, which products you should graduate to the next phase. So to start with, we actually need to create our catalog. Now, if you have connected your Facebook and Instagram already, which you would have done if you're following this video in order, we went over to Facebook and Instagram in Shopify and we connected it all up. You'll see on the right hand side, product status, right? You can see approved one product. So I've only got one product in this Shopify demo store, but you can click view all synced products, right? And it will take you into, your Facebook, and it will just show you all the different products, right? Again, we're still in Shopify and it's showing you all the synced products. Imagine you have 100 products, it would have 100 products over here. So what we want to do now is actually create a specific catalog set. What I mean by that is, so if you've got 100 products, you've got 7 colors and 7 sizes, Facebook will look at each of those variations as an individual product, and you'll be left with 4,900 products in this ad. So if you have a $10 budget or something, or $20 budget, Facebook is cycling between 4,900 products with that small budget. Now, personally, what I like to do is I like to actually segment this catalog a little bit. So I want there to be every single product, so 100 products. I want there to be every single color, so there's 7 colors of each, we're at 700. And then I just want there to be one size. I don't need to advertise extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, 2XL, because there's no difference between any of those products except the size. And when someone comes to your store, they're gonna pick their own size. But the actual product, the look, the mock-up, that's all exactly the same. So going from having 4,900 variations to 700 variations just means that our money will go a lot further. So how can we do that? So if we go over to Shopify, again, the Facebook and Instagram thing over here, I'm going to pin it, the Facebook and Instagram sales channel. This is the main page, okay? Now on the right-hand side, you can go to Connected Product Catalog. You can click this and it will actually take you into the Facebook Commerce Manager. Okay, this is the Facebook Commerce Manager. This is our product catalog. Now, if we go down into, by the way, just again, there's only one product in here, right? But we've got 6 variants, a medium, a small, a 2XL, XL, 3XL, and a large. Now, again, another thing to consider, there's only one color here, there's only black. So imagine we had 7 colors and 6 different sizes. We're talking a lot, and then times that by 100, it just gets crazy. So what we would do is we would go over to sets, okay? We would then create a new set, so use filters, And what we're doing is, let's just click skip. We want to do a set name, so we can do all products and then size medium. Okay, and then attributes. There you go. Size is, and then we can see. So okay, it doesn't really matter which one you pick, but just pick medium and then click create. Now what's happening is Facebook are creating a specific catalog, exactly what we've asked for, and now there's only one variant, one item, one variant. Now of course with you, there will be, if you've got just black and 100 t-shirts, and there'll be 100 variants, but if you've got 7 colors, there'll be 700 variants. But the point is, there's a lot less variants than what there would be is if you had extra small, small, medium, large, and all the other sizes. Once we've got this, all products size medium, we now have our specific catalog set. When we go to actually create an ad, we can select this specific catalog so that we are only advertising to the fewer amount of t-shirts that we want to advertise to. So now let's go to our ads manager. So this is our ads manager. We can see our mock-up test campaign is there. Obviously we turned it off, and we want to click create. Right now we are clicking a sales campaign, click continue, and we're going to call this one the CO2 underscore catalog underscore ad. Awesome stuff. Okay, so we've got sales objective is sales. Advantage catalog ad, turn that on. We want it to be on. What do I want to use? I want to use this one. Okay, campaign budget or ad set budget, again, it's up to you. You can do a campaign budget. Basically what that means is it's where you set the budget for the ad. So if you set it at the campaign level, let's say you set a $10 budget at the campaign level and you have 5 ad sets and 5 ads in each ad set. That's 25 ads over 5 ad sets, right? What will happen with that $10 is it will get dispersed between those 5 ad sets and all those ads. And that's at the campaign budget optimization level. If you set the budget at the ad set level and you have 5 ad sets, each will have their own individual budget, and then the ads within those ad sets will each have that budget for them. So if you've got a budget of $10 per ad set and 5 ads in each ad set, the $10 will be split between just the 5 ads. Whereas if you have the budget at the campaign level, then the $10 is being split between all 25 ads in those 5 ad sets. So again, we're just going to do ad set budget, but with a catalog ad, it doesn't really matter so much which one we do because we're not going to be setting up lots of different ad sets here. But let's just do that one. It doesn't really matter. Right, then special categories. Okay, no, we're all good with all of this. Let's click next. Right, so we want the maximum number of clicks. No, we want the maximum number of conversions. We want purchase, yep, to be our conversion type. And promoted products, product set. You see this product set? This is where we need to pick it. So all products size medium. That's what we want. That's the new catalog set that we just made of just size mediums. And again, this product only contains one valid product, so your ad will appear in a single image. Again, we've only got one product, but if you've got 100 or you've got the number of products that you actually need to have, then it will work correctly. This is all just a test. I'm not actually going to be running these specific ads. Right, then you want to set your budget. So let's just set the budget at 25. Again, you do what you can afford. If it's $10, actually let's just do $10. If it's $10, that'll be easy to manage. And then you turn that on for Thursday. Now with audience, again, you want to just change this to United States. Yep, and let's get rid of United Kingdom. Right, with the audience, we just can keep it like this. Advantage plus is on. Remember to change it to United States. If you're in the UK or you're not in the United States, this will default to where you are. So just make sure you select United States. Placement's fine. Let's click next. Right, we didn't actually name this. We can name this, by the way, whatever we want to name this. So AS catalog size medium. All products. The reason why I'm putting all products in there is because we will eventually make more catalog ads for specific product types, and that will come under the scaling section of this video. Okay, and then let's go back to the sales ad. Right, new sales ad, and then we can just call this A underscore or A. We should probably be naming it AO1. We should have named this one as well, but whatever. AO1 all products. Let's just do that. It's fine. Right, Facebook page, dog thread tees. I still don't have an Instagram set up, and I'm not planning on setting one up for this video, but if you had one set up, it would work fine. And now you can either have it as a single image, a carousel, or a collection. With catalog ads, I really like a carousel, and that's when you can like scroll across. We can have a look at more settings, but we don't need to. Website destination, so that'll be your website, so whatever it is, yourstore.com/sale. Right, let's come down a little bit, add creative. This is all fine. Remember, when we are doing a catalog ad, so you can see our catalog here, when we're doing a catalog ad, it will auto populate everything, right? The shop now, well, we put that there anyways, but where is the, here we go, the primary text. So this is going to be the text that's showing up at the top. So let's go and copy the text that we used from the previous ad. Now you can see we've put this primary text in, so it shows up over there. You'll want to put the best text that you have from your mock-up test in here. We can get rid of this AI one. The shop now is fine. Here we go. If you click into catalog, you can see show a single image or show a slideshow. So I like single image, and it just can carousel throughout. Edit the creative. So under headline, that's this bit. You can just dynamically pick that. So it will be the product name from our Shopify store, and you can, change it to the description or the brand or whatever. But we just stick with product name, and it's fine. You can add a description if you want, and you can printed and shipped in the US, and again that shows up like this. Printed shipped in the US, the T example.com, and this is what your ad will look like. Again, when you've got 100 products or 700 products, if you've got all the different colors as well, you're going to see a lot of different ads. And when I show you how to analyze them, don't worry, I'm going to base it off of one of my catalog ads that has gone through the proper creation, the proper testing, so you can see all the different options there. For now, this is just an example. But yeah, that is how you would create the catalog ads. So let's just quickly run through that from the top. You've got your campaign, so campaign name, auction, sales, select your catalog, ad set budget, A/B split test off. That's all fine. Go over to your ad set level, put your name. Maximum number of conversions is your performance goal. Conversion event is purchase. Select your product set that we've made. So, all products, size medium. Select your budget, audience, find prospective customers. Yep, change that to United States. And then go into all products, pick a name, choose your page. Format is carousel, that's what we use. Put your website in, and then put the headline in, the description, put the primary text in. Make sure the call to action says shop now, and enhancements, you can turn all of these enhancements off if you want. You can just go through, turn them on, then turn them all off. Save. Tracking, you want to track website events, of course. You want to track it with our pixel, and yeah, then click publish. Right, once you've done that, you would have set up your first catalog ad. This is really, really cool. The catalog ad is one of the coolest, most amazing ads that you can set up, because it just allows us to test so much with ease. Like, you saw how long that took. That took us less than 5 minutes to set up, basically. And we are now testing over 100 products. Well, we would be testing over 100 products if my store had that many products. You will be testing over 100 products. Cool, let me just go and turn this off so that it doesn't start spending any of my money. And we'll move on to the next bit, where I'm going to show you how to actually analyze this ads. After the weekend, it's time to analyze our catalog ads and see what we can extrapolate from that data. All right, let's analyze. The first thing we need to do is locate our catalog ad. So go all the way to the ad set and then click breakdown and then product ID. This will allow us to see each product individually, because the whole point of the catalog ad is for it to cycle through all of our designs, and we want to be able to look at those designs on an individual level. We then want to organize by amount spent, and that will pull all the designs that Facebook allocated some of the budget to the top, so that we can quickly scan and make some informed decisions based on that data. We can also organize by link clicks, and that will bring the designs that got the most link clicks to the top. Both work, whichever one you want to do. We want to be looking at how much individual designs have spent, what those cost per clicks are. They will go down over time as well. That's important to know as Facebook start learning who your audience is. But most importantly, which designs, if any, have got sales. And don't be upset or even alarmed if none have got any sales. This is your first weekend test. It's totally normal, and Facebook are still learning who your ideal buyer is. We want to spot which designs Facebook put the budget toward, which designs got the most amount of spend, the most clicks, and the most traction. And if designs not only got good clicks, but also good sales, that could be a design that could graduate into our static testing campaign. This is rare, by the way, and what's more likely to happen is you'll have a few outliers that have spent a majority of the budget. Those are designs that we need to look at, and we need to think, why did Facebook think those designs had the most potential? What is it about those designs? What were those design fonts, their graphics, their colors, their phrasing? What emotion did they hit? How intentional were they? We want to dive deep into those performing designs so that we can see what to create next. We now have all of this data. It's time to start using it. Another thing we want to do with this data is to see how to organize our Shopify collection. At the beginning, we won't have any specific way to organize our collection on our website. But once we start seeing which designs are getting, the most amount of traction, we can manually organize our collection page on our website so that those designs are showing up on the first page. That way, as the catalog ad continues to spend money and drive more traffic, those designs could see an increase in add to carts and eventually sales. Let's take a look at our ads account and break down how we'd interpret the data and what we would do with that information. This weekend test was pretty good, as you can see. My daily budget was higher than what I recommend, but I had the money to spend, and I'm not just starting out, so I was a little bit more confident to spend $50 a day on this test. And we can see it brought in 8 sales, 404 clicks, with the average cost per click being 49 cents. This is awesome. The reason for the low cost per click was because of the extensive mock-up testing that I did beforehand. I made sure not to rush through the mock-up testing phase and find a mock-up that really performed well. On top of that, this low cost per click is down to the quality of the designs, which I guess designs is kind of my thing. I love making designs, and I have studied exactly what kind of designs grab people's attention and what gets them to click and how to make scroll stopping designs. So I'm quite confident in my designing ability to be able to achieve a low cost per click. So there's no real surprises there. The annoying thing I found with the Advantage Plus ads, and it could just be a glitch, but you can see it says 8 sales. Although for some odd reason, it doesn't attribute those 8 sales to an individual ad in the catalog. It just attributes it to the entire catalog, so I can't drill down exactly what product got the sale. What I can do is see which products got the most clicks, which products got the cheapest clicks, and base it on that. I can also go over to my Shopify website and have a look at what designs sold during this testing period. That does help as well. So on the left here, this is the product code and name. I've cut mine off for obvious reasons, but this will tell you exactly what product sold and what color it was. Now this is important because it's not only giving us an indication to what designs are doing well or what designs are doing best, but also what t-shirt colors are doing best. We can update the main mockup or run static ads with specific high-performing t-shirt colors, whether it's black, navy, or military green, whatever. Because we've set up our catalog using filters, we don't have thousands of duplicates. We only have one of each design in each color, all in a size medium. And that allows our budget to go a lot further. In our case, there was a lot more than 100 designs, but if you're just starting out, 100 designs with 7 colors and 7 sizes would equal 4,900 variations of that catalog ad. Whereas if you just break it down to one size, it takes that catalog of 4,900 down to 700, which is much smaller, much more manageable, and gives us a much bigger picture of what designs people are resonating with. Next to that, we have delivery. So this is just set to off as it was a weekend test. With results like this though, I would usually keep it going. But since then, I've set up much better performing catalog ads and have those running instead. The next column is the amount spent. So we can see how much was spent on individual designs, and then of course we have the budget. So I'm recommending between $12.50 and $25 a day if you're just starting out. And then we have the link clicks. This is the holy grail. This gives us a huge amount of data to indicate what Facebook thinks will do well, what actually did well, and allows us to base our next batch of designs off of these winners. That's the aim at the end of the day, to cast a wide net and then reel in only what mattered, basically optimizing by cutting what didn't perform and creating more of what did perform. Now, because I have some really solid data here, what I'm going to do is make static ads based on the winners. And that's designs that got sales or designs that got lots of cheap clicks. At the same time, I'm going to make more designs which will get added to my catalog ad, and I will keep running this ad to start spotting more winners down the line. It's an ongoing loop. The purchase ROAS you can see at the end is 2.5. This is awesome. That means for every dollar, we got back $2.50. And it's typically a little bit more than that, as this doesn't account for email marketing or repeat customers or people just coming to our website after closing it. So it would be closer to 3.0 ROAS, which is great. We of course want to aim as high as possible. We always aim higher, but this is an incredibly positive ROAS for a catalog weekend test. The next step is to make some static ads for the next testing round based on winners we found in our catalog ad. Before we can do that, let's go through the decisions that you should be making based on this test that we just did, this catalog ad weekend test. Okay, so we've had a look at an example catalog ad. We've broken it down and we've spoken about what to look for and what to do. Well, now I want to show you this decision board that I've created. So you can see here, you'll recognize this from earlier on in the video where I showed you the phase 1 mockup test. Now we're on phase 2, the catalog test. So let's start over here, the catalog test setup. You don't need to test with $25 a day if your budget is lower. That's okay. Just bear in mind that it could take a little bit longer. I like to create a set for my catalog so that I'm only testing one size variant. Please don't spend a lot here. Make sure to pause and analyze data after 4 days. You can use an ABO or a CBO for this. This stands for ad budget optimization or campaign budget optimization. So those are just some key points to remember. Now, the creating catalog sales ad, campaign 2, catalog ad, and of course, you want to use those filters. Catalog, and then you want to create the ad set, catalog test US only, Thursday to Sunday, and then the actual ad. This is what it will look like. It's very straightforward, and you saw exactly how I set it up. Now, in terms of analyzing the data, let's have a look. We've got quite a little bit of stuff to read here. So, do any of the product variants have over 10 clicks? So once you actually organize the catalog ad by product ID, you'll see hundreds of variants, all the little numbers, right? And I showed you this in the previous screen. And what we are looking for is more than 10 clicks, right? So no, run the test again over the next weekend, and in the meantime, make 15 to 20 new designs based on the ones that got any sort of traction. Even if a variant only got 3 clicks, have a look at that design and see why Facebook deemed it worthy to get 3 clicks, and see maybe, I need to create another design similar to this with this kind of humor. Maybe I need to try even a little bit harder, but starting with this design as the base. Now, what about yes? Did you get 10 clicks? I did. Are those clicks under $1? No. Well, you might want to give it another go over next weekend. You can make more designs like the top click designs, but also consider revisiting your mockup test and ensuring you gave that time to find a winner. And you might need to mix up your designs a little bit and try a new style. So also what's important to note here is with a catalog ad, it can take Facebook a little bit of time to kind of get you a low cost per click, to warm up to your audience, to find the right audience almost. So for us, even though at the beginning it showed $1, over time it went down to about 70 cents, then 50 cents, and it got to about 44 cents before it wasn't going any lower. But it did take time. It wasn't at its cheapest cost per click straight out the bat, just straight out the gate. Okay, so are those clicks under $1? Let's say they are. Analyze those designs, the emotion, the phrasing, the fonts, the colors, the placements, the intentionality, and do 2 things. 1, make more designs just like them. Use their style of emotion, their overall look, and make similar designs. This is where AI can be amazing, as you can put that original design into AI and ask for different variations using the same type of humor, but obviously different phrases, different fonts, that kind of thing. And then number 2, put those winning ad variations into their own static testing campaign. Don't remove them from the catalog when you do this. And if you don't know how to do this, don't worry, that's the next part of this video where I show you how to set up a static campaign. So just a couple of things to note. Has it got any purchases? Sometimes a catalog ad straight out of the bat might even get some purchases. This is the best indication you will get to what customers want to buy. If any designs have any sales, you want to make more designs iterating from it, right? Think about every aspect of what made that design sell: the emotion, the hook, the phrasing, the graphic, the style, the font, the colors, whatever it may be. And moving forward with the catalog ad. The catalog ad is something you want to eventually always keep running. I haven't paused my catalog ad in, I don't even know how many months, it's been so long. I would even argue and say keeping it running all week and all weekend is a good idea on a lower budget. The goal is to slowly add new designs that are based on previous winners and eventually end up with a catalog ad of awesome winning designs, with a catalog ad producing good results and a good ROAS. So even though the catalog ad at the beginning is just allowing us to find potential winners, like at this point in time, my catalog ad is actually one of my strongest ads. It has an extremely positive return on ad spend. I'm spending quite a bit of money on it and it's doing really well. The catalog ad will auto-populate with new designs, providing, gosh, I need to check my spelling here. The catalog ad will auto-populate with new designs, providing they are in the Facebook sales channel in Shopify. Because of this, we can keep this ad going as our testing ground for graduating new winning designs. So designs that go from here to here, number 2, right? That is what you want to be considering when you are looking at your catalog ad. And again, everything I said previously with those screenshots, you're going to want to look into that as well. But this is how you would analyze the data, and this is what it should look like on the setup. Brilliant. Once you've done your catalog ad, once you've analyzed the data, once you've figured out what's working, what's not working, you should be going back to the drawing board and creating new designs. You could also potentially be setting up your testing ad ground, where you can create some static ads, some slideshow ads, all sorts of stuff, and we're going to cover that now in the next part of this video. To quickly recap, we've now done our mock-up test and we have our catalog ad running. Based on that catalog ad, you heard me say more than once that you want to take the winners and set up static ads. That's what we're going to do in this section of the course. I'm going to go over what a static ad is, how to create extremely high converting ones, and give you the exact step-by-step on how to set up your very own static ads. We briefly covered what a static ad was earlier in the video, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper now so that you really understand everything about the static ad. Then we'll get one set up together. Now, a static ad is a fixed creative, an image that never changes for anyone who sees it. There's no carousel, there's no motion, there's no changing after it's gone live. It's one awesome scroll stopping image with amazing convincing copy and a clear call to action button. There's a lot of hype around video and dynamic formats, but static ad remains some of the most cost efficient, high converting options, especially for print on demand. For us, a single static image has outperformed multiple videos with better CTRs and lower CPCs and stronger conversions. I love static ads because of their speed. One of the main reasons I'm such a fan of ads with Shopify and not the Etsy algorithm or the Amazon algorithm, because you don't need to wait for an unknown amount of time for the algorithm to favor you. Once you start spending money on ads, you can very quickly start gathering data and know exactly what to do next. We should only use a static ad once we have data from our catalog ad. If it reveals promising designs that attract clicks and engagement and maybe even sales, those are the ones we want to graduate to phase 2 testing, which are individual static ads per design in our testing campaign. This is really good because it focuses the budget. You're not broad testing your collection anymore. You're putting a portion of money specifically on high performing designs. You're almost forcing Facebook to put budget behind the designs that you chose. You're getting more isolated data and you can more easily test copy, offers, and mockups for that matter. A very important note is, before running static ads, make sure the designs that you are going to advertise are living on the first or second page of your collection page on your website. Because our ads are not going to specific product pages, they're going to our broad collection page. We need to ensure that the designs people are seeing in the ad are showing up high enough on our store and can be found fast enough on our store. We don't want potential customers having to flip through 8 pages of designs before they stumble across the one that they saw in an ad, right? So make sure your static ads are showing up high on Shopify. We're now going to create our testing ground for everything, whether it's static ads, whether it's slideshow ads, whether it's carousel ads, just not mockups. Mockups has its own campaign, right? As you can see here, the mockup test. So what we want to do is we want to click create. And by the way, this process is very, very similar to the mockup creation process. And so I'm going to speed through this, but it's very, very straightforward. So click create, sales, click continue, click OK. And now let's name this CEO_3_testing_ground. This is our testing ground for everything. We want to have advantage ads catalog off. We want to have ad set budget. Campaign objective is sales, buying type. Yep. Audience segmentation. Yep. Okay, this is all fine. Let's go into the ad set level. And now let's name this. This is where we actually have to consider what we're making here, because we might want to be testing all sorts of different things. Now, it really depends on what you want to be testing. So let's just say this is going to be AS for the ad set. Let's just do AS01, and then we'll say static ads. Okay, static ads 1 to 5. Let's just say we're doing that. And the reason why we're doing this is we have the catalog ad, but what we want to do is we're picking out potential winners from that catalog, and we want to allocate more budget directly to them. It's hard to allocate budget to them in the catalog ad because Facebook is going through all of our different products with the limited budget that we gave it. But if we just take one of those ads out and give it its own budget of like $10, then all of that money is going to that ad. Now, of course, I'm not suggesting you just do it with one, but the idea here is instead of having $10 split between 700 variations on your catalog ad, you can have $10 split between 5 or 6 products. So we want to make sure we go for website conversion. You could also do website and shop, but we're just doing website because that's what we can do in the UK. Maximum number of conversions, yep. Conversion event, we want purchase. Our data set, that's our dog, thread, tease, pixel. We're going to leave all of this, Daily budget, set your daily budget to whatever you want it to be. For me, I'll do $25. Audience, again, I'm going to leave audience to be broad. I'm just going to change this to United States. Okay, this is all very familiar to what we've done in the past. Placement, this is all fine. Cool. So now we've got our static ads, and well, we've got our ad set for all of our static ads. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into new sales ad, and now we're going to create an individual ad. So let's just say we're going to call this ad underscore design name. We can just stick with that for now, right? Facebook page, dog, thread, tease. Branding, yeah, this is all fine. Create ad, manual upload, yeah, we want to do manual upload. A single image, yep. We've got carousel, collection, or flexible, but we want to just do a single image. Destination, so again, yourstore.com/sale, and this, by the way, would go to your collection page. So with a catalog ad, when people click on an ad, they will go specifically to that product that they clicked on. They'd go to that product page, right? So if I give you an example, with a catalog ad, if they saw this on their Facebook ad and they clicked it, they'd go directly to this specific product page and they could add it to their basket, right? If they saw a static ad, so this one that we're building here, right? This is not a catalog ad, this is just a static ad, and we're going to put the link in ourselves. We aren't going to link specifically to the product page, we're going to link to the entire collection page, right? So it's 43 products. And that way someone comes to the collection and they spot the one that they saw, so let's say they saw this one, and then they can also see, oh, I like this one and this one as well. I'm going to add all 3 of those to my basket. Okay, so once we've done that, we need to go through ad creative, set up ad creative, an image. Let's click media. We're going to just use this one. Click next. This is all okay. We obviously want our text. So this is again where we can test out different copy. So the testing ground is to test everything. We can use it to test one-off mockups if we really wanted to. I know we've got the mockup testing ground as well, but once we've used that and we're done with that and we have a winning mockup, we don't really need to worry about that campaign anymore. It's usually one and done. Sometimes you need to change your mockup, but I haven't had to experience that, and hopefully you won't have to either. The catalog ad campaign is for catalog ads. This testing ground is for everything. Testing your copy. If you want to test some slideshow ads, you want to test some carousel ads, you want to test various different products. Maybe you want to like skip past having to wait for the catalog and test some new designs with static ads. Maybe you want to test some video ads. Whatever you want to test, you do it here. Okay, so when you're doing the text, this is an example, new niche collection drop, and you can even have like an emoji here if you really wanted to, and the emoji can be anything. So let's say you're in the vacation niche, right? It could just be something like that, right? Make sure, and I say make sure, but you can do it if you want, but I would recommend to avoid putting a discount in here. So save up to 30% off for a limited time. This is okay if you're going to have this discount on your website. I would avoid putting like a buy one, get one free or a free shipping or this or that, because people will come to your store, and if that discount ever expires and it is no longer valid, that ad almost becomes useless. You could still run the ad, but the conversion rate will drastically drop because that discount is no longer available. And what I found, we made the same mistake, is when you spend a lot of money on an ad, you're building up that ad engagement, the likes, the comments, the shares, you're building up all sorts of data for Facebook. And then all of a sudden, you need to, when that discount ends, you've kind of lost that ad because you can't edit this text. After the ad goes live, you can't change this text. So you won't be able to go in and update your text and say, get rid of the buy one, get one free and just change it to something else. It will just be there and you won't be able to amend it. And it's very, very annoying. So just try and avoid that if you can. Right, let's get rid of these. Facebook are not good at doing that just yet. A short headline, so you can just do t-shirt sale. So just say whatever the niche is. Doesn't really matter what it is. Oops. Golf t-shirt sale. Printed and shipped in the US. Cool. Call to action should be changed to shop now. Click next image, skip this, turn off all enhancements. We don't want any of this. We don't want this. Okay, cool. Click done. Brilliant. This is your first ad, okay? Your first ad, your first test, your first static. Now imagine this ad did really, really well in your catalog ad. This was getting a lot of the budget. It was getting cheap clicks. It was getting a lot of clicks. You would want to go and put that in your testing ground and test it with some static ads, test it with some slideshow ads, test it with maybe some audiences, just do various different tests. And that's what you can do in this testing ground. And you can very quickly duplicate this, just like we duplicated it for the mock-up test. We can duplicate the static ad. So let's say we duplicate the static ad, and then let's say we go for 4 copies, and we say, okay, this one is going to be testing ground for video ads. This is going to be a testing ground for slideshow ads. Right, you want to just test lots of different things, okay? Then you can just click publish. Now I'm going to pause this one as well because we don't want to keep that one going once it's finished publishing. Let's just refresh that. Okay. That is how you would set up your testing ads. And like I said, there are all sorts of testing ads that you can set up. You don't have to just limit it to the static ad, the static image. For us, the static image has worked better than anything else, better than video, better than carousel, better than literally anything, better than slideshow. So we like it a lot. We really, really like it. But just remember that this is your testing ground. The idea, you're going to be able to get a lot of good data in this testing ground. So you start with the mockup test down here, right? You find a winning mockup. You then go and update all the mockups on your website, right? You then create the catalog ad, and then the catalog ad will pull out potential winners, right? You'll be able to see, once you click into catalog ad, you go into, here we go, catalog ad. And then in the catalog ad, once you go through and you can actually break it down by product ID, so that should be somewhere here. Where do they put product ID? Product ID right at the bottom. I love that. So they put product ID there. So you'll break it down by product ID, and what that will do is that will actually break down your catalog ad to all the individual variations, and you'll be able to see which one got the most clicks, which one got the most information, and which ones you want to graduate to the testing ground. And then you start creating those ads in the testing ground as well. Okay, this is how it should look. If we have more designs to add to this static ad set, we can duplicate the ad, change the ad name, and then the ad creative, and click publish. We can keep doing that with all the designs we wish to make into a static ad. I personally limit it to 5 ads within an ad set. If I have more, I'll create a new ad set, but still within the same campaign. This campaign is our testing ground for anything. If we want to test new creatives, maybe a slideshow, basically anything that isn't a catalog ad. You could, in theory, put catalog ads into this campaign too, but I like to keep the catalog ad in a separate catalog only campaign. It's just how I stay organized, but there's various ways to make this work. This testing campaign we've just made, use it, and use it a lot to really test everything as much as you possibly can. The more tests you do, the more winners that you'll find. Now that we've set that up, we need to leave it and then analyze. What are we analyzing this time? What's the ROAS? And are there any sales? Is the cost per click low? What's the next move? Well, we discussed ROAS near the beginning of this video, so I won't repeat what it is and what we aim for. Instead, I'll go straight into how to analyze, what to look for, and how to make decisions. If the ads are over $1 cost per click, we stop them straight away, unless the ROAS is positive. And this can sometimes happen if an ad happens to attract buyers who buy multiple items, which increases our store's AOV, or average order value. I'm looking for 7 to 10 designs that are performing really well in these static ads. We'll be able to graduate them to our C04_winner_scaling campaign. Basically, our scaling campaign. That's just its name. And that's where we'll truly scale ads and blow up our store. The main metric we want to consider with these static testing ads is the cost per click. At this stage, the CPC is everything. The lower the cost per click, the more people we can have visit our website for less money. If an ad is getting really good cost per clicks but not converting into a sale, we'll need to look at our store and our designs and find out why someone might not be buying, why they might not be seeing the purchase through. If your cost per click is over $1, it's going to be very hard for you to scale at that price, unless you happen to have an incredible website conversion rate and a really high average order value. Typically though, we're looking for nearer the 50-cent mark for our cost per click, and we want that price to be consistent. At that price, scaling is significantly easier. Now let's have a look at the decision chart to find out what your next steps should be based on the data that you might have in front of you with your ads. This is always the hardest bit, knowing how to react to the data that you've got. It's the part most people get lost at. Spending money on ads is the easy part. You're just spending money. It's knowing what to do after you've spent the money so that you don't end up wasting any money, because wasting money can happen as well, and we want to try and avoid that. Now let's have a look at analyzing the data that we may have got from our testing ground and what we do with that data. So you can see we've already discussed phase 2, the catalog test, phase 1, the mockup test. We're now at phase 3. I call it the static test, but this could just be the testing ground campaign. So this is what it looks like when you set it up, right? You got create a catalog sales ad, your campaign 3, CO3_testing ads, a $10 to $25 a day budget, it's up to you. Broad interest, location, age, gender, and then ad can be the product name or the product ID. So a lot of what people do is they actually put the product ID in the name so they can quickly grab that ID later on if they should need it. And I'm going to explain to you in the next section when we talk about scaling why the product ID from these particular testing ads are so useful, so important. But just a quick couple of things to mention. You don't need to test this with $25 a day if your budget is lower than that. That's okay. Just bear in mind it could take a little bit longer. This is where we're taking high potential designs based on their clicks from the catalog ad and we're putting them in their own testing campaign. This is not your winner scaling campaign. It's still the testing ground. Make sure to pause and analyze data after the 4-day test, Thursday to Sunday, and we will graduate these winners to the scaling campaign. So let's have a look at analyzing the data. We've got quite a lot to consider here. Is your cost per click below $1? If it's, let's just start with yes. So, and then we'll go down the no route. So yes. Are there more than 30 clicks on an individual ad? Yes. Has a single ad received more than 4 sales? Yes. Graduate this exact ad using the ad ID, so the engagement copy is over, to the scaling winning campaign. And this whole copy the ID over, basically the idea behind that is with the scaling, with the testing ground, you're running a bunch of different ads, and those ads are getting likes, comments, and shares, and they're getting a lot of engagement. We want to copy that social proof over to the scaling campaign. We don't want to have to start again from scratch. So when we create a new ad, and I'm going to show you how to do this, where when you are creating an ad, you can say, instead of create new ad, you can say use existing ad. Right, or use existing ad ID, or using existing post. And what you're able to do there is you're able to bring in all the information, including the copy, the image, and then all the social proof, the likes, comments, and shares. So when you create the new ad, you're not starting from scratch with that ad. Right, then you want to study these designs and mockups and make more designs like it, using similar humor, similar graphics, similar intentionality. Keep making more and more designs based on the winners from the Facebook data. Okay, so Now let's just go through the no's. Is your cost per click below $1? No. Is the ROAS above a 2.0? So we've spoken about ROAS, return on ad spend. Let's say it's not. Pause this ad and leave it. It hasn't worked as there aren't enough clicks. The clicks it does have are too expensive and it doesn't seem to have brought in any sales to deem it worthwhile. Is the ROAS above 2? Let's say it is. Well, then has a single ad received more than 4 sales? If it has, you just go down this same route. And if it hasn't, then keep running it a little bit longer and monitor how it performs. If the cost per click doesn't come down below $1 and the sales have passed 4, then pause and leave this ad. Okay, so you really want that cost per click to come down if you can. And that's what it looks like, right? That is what analyzing your data looks like. Let's have a quick moving forward with the static test, right? The goal with this static test is to see which designs and ads are going to drive the most amount of traffic for the least amount of money to your website. If you get sales, it's a bonus, and a nice one at that. The aim is to graduate ads that are sending large amounts of traffic for little money to scaling ads. And if they're not converting on your shop, we need to optimize the store a little bit more to help them convert better. We can test more than just static ads in this campaign. We can test videos, slideshows, grid ads, new copy, and new mockups, whatever you want to test. It's our testing ground, right? And that is phase 3, the static test. Once you've passed this phase, you'll be ready for phase 4. Scaling. And that's what we're going to discuss in the next portion of this video. Now that we know how to react based on the data we've got from our testing, we can have a little bit of fun with it. The testing campaign that we have just built is our testing ground for so much more than the static ad, or than just the static ad that we made together. This is our testing ground for all sorts of creatives. The only thing we want to consider is, have the designs that we're testing shown any sort of promise from our catalog ad test? I want you to think of it like this. The catalog ad is the ongoing train, and every so often we pluck someone off that train and we put them into further testing. But at the same time, we are always adding new designs to that train, so it's a constant stream of testing. With our testing campaign that we created in this video, we want to test static ads like I've shown, but we can also test grid ads, slideshow ads, video ads, different audiences, different creatives, different copies, different offers, all sorts. All of this testing will become really, really important when we go from graduating from the testing campaign to the scaling and the winning campaign. So that train that I just mentioned, that metaphor, that is like almost our catalog ad, where there's always going to be designs on it. We need to pluck things out of that train and test with them. Once we have found winners in that test, we can take them a step further and put them in the scaling and the winning campaign. And I'm going to talk about the scaling and the winning campaign a little bit later on. Ideally, we never want to pause our catalog ad, as we want that train to never stop. However, when we started, we had our catalog ad on a very, very small budget, and we only launched it after confirming a winning mockup. Now we have it on a higher budget, as the ROAS was good, the cost per clicks were really steady, so we've been able to put a lot more budget allocation to the catalog ad, which in turn is not only making us sales, but giving us more data that we can then take to this testing campaign and eventually the scaling campaign. So just remember, if you want to test a new offer, a new mockup, a new hook for your copy, or a new design, you have this testing playground to do that with, and keep it all neat and organized. To quickly recap, we've now done our mockup test and we have our catalog ad running. And based on the catalog ad results, we created our testing ground for designs that the data considered outliers. And we can do further testing with those designs and creatives as time goes on. Now let's scale. And firstly, I want to say this is just what I've done. It doesn't mean it's the only way. Far from it. There'll be lots of methods to scale, lots of ways to organize it, lots of ways to manage it. This is what I've done. It's only right for me to share what I have tried and tested and what I'm currently doing, as it will be the most accurate data I could share. Sure, I could speculate and guess, but all that does is mean you end up spending your money to test things that I am saying without any real data if it could actually work. And that could cost you a lot of money, which I don't want. The whole idea of having a coach or someone to listen to is so that you can save money and not have to spend thousands in testing. I'll do that, and you can learn from what works and what doesn't. If you also want to test yourself, of course, go for it. But at least this way, the decision is yours. And the advice I can give is based on factual data, not speculation. The scaling campaign we're about to create, you can call it whatever you like. The winning campaign, cold campaign, scaling campaign, whatever. The idea is knowing what the goal of this campaign is, and that is to focus the budget on proven winning designs. This scaling campaign budget should account for at least 80% of your budget. And the testing campaign that we set up just before this should be around 10 to 15% of your overall budget. So if your budget is $1,000 a month, 800 of that should be spent on the scaling campaign. And that's the campaign that is making you the money. As you put more money into it, your budget for testing will go up and up, which is normal because as your company starts making more money, you'll have more money to play with and test. So if you eventually got to $10,000 in a month in ad spend, your testing budget, which was $150, would now be $1,500. A 10x increase. But to counter that, your scaling campaign budget would be $8,000, and you would be making a lot of money from that campaign, providing that you've set it up right and you are monitoring it. I wouldn't recommend you get to $8,000 in ad spend if you haven't set it up right and you're just throwing money at the wall. So the way it works is we've used our testing campaign to test all sorts of ads and ad copies and ad creatives and ad types and even audiences, and when one of them is standing out, good, cheap clicks, good ROAS, we can graduate that exact ad to the scaling campaign. Why that exact ad? Well, that exact ad would have built up a certain amount of engagement due to the testing campaign. So let's say an ad has 500 likes, 100 comments, and 40 shares. That's a lot of engagement and social proof that we don't want to lose out on. So what you're able to do is actually grab the post ID of that ad, and then when you're making a new ad in the scaling campaign, instead of creating a brand new ad and starting from scratch, you can create from an existing ad and it'll pull all of that social engagement over. It will also pull in the ad copy and the creative, all of it. One thing to be wary of here is if you have a time discount or something, don't put that in the ad copy, because if the ad ends up doing amazingly well, but the offer has expired, you won't be able to edit that ad later. And if you do want to scale it up in the scaling campaign, you're going to struggle to do that. And I'm saying this from experience. We have done this and it was a very, very frustrating time because we had such a good ad doing so well, but the offer had expired and then the ad just tanked. So in this scaling campaign, the goal, what we are aiming for, well, it might shock you, but really we're only looking for 5 to 10 designs to be our standout designs. Some suggest you only need 3 to 5 designs. Honestly, both methods work. There's a lot of paths here again, and I'm just sharing what I've done, and having a couple more winners gives us a little bit more peace of mind and lets us scale a little bit faster and a little bit more. These 5 to 10 designs will be your best sellers, your heavy hitters. They'll probably drive 80% of the revenue. It's a lot harder than you may think to find those 5 to 10 heavy hitters, these scroll stopping designs that everyone loves to buy. You might think, well, I've just created 100 designs. They'll for sure be in there. Well, not necessarily. Those first 100 designs are based on research and speculation. Over time, as you get sales, you'll gather more data, and once you can start seeing patterns in your own data and find certain designs are performing better than others, you can fine-tune your next batch of designs, and over time, you'll end up with really, really rock solid designs, a rock solid catalog of designs based on actual sales data from your audience and your sales. In terms of how the setup looks like, well, earlier in this video, we spoke about a few different ad types like slideshow ads, video ads, static ads, and the rest. And we're going to be aiming for one campaign, the scaling campaign, various ad sets, and then up to 5 ads in each ad set. The ads in the ad set would consist of a catalog ad, a static ad, that's a grid photo. I'll explain this later, but this has been like our most popular ad by a long shot. Another static ad, and that's just the t-shirt, a slideshow or a video ad. And the reason for these different types of ads is because they'll attract different people. A single image static ad might attract a different person to the catalog ad, and then a more visual person that prefers video will prefer the slideshow or the video ad. And the catalog ad we've included is just another way for Facebook to optimize the traffic based on the audience that we set at the ad set level. Let me go into that a little bit further. You have people out there that prefer reading, people out there that prefer movies, people out there that prefer TV shows, people out there that prefer blog posts, all sorts. People like different types of content, and we want to make sure that we are attracting all different types of people so that we can, reach the most amount of people and get the most amount of sales. So I've just explained the ad level. Remember, it goes campaign, ad set, then ads. So with the ad set level, we have a few live and have them set up a little bit differently. We like to target different people so that we can test various audiences. So there'll always be one ad set that's a broad audience, and that's just, where we're letting Facebook do its thing, right? We'll then have 1 to 2 ad sets targeting people who like a specific interest. So we spoke about interest earlier on in this video, and this is where we're using them. So let's say it's golf and PGA Tour. That's 2 interests, that's 2 golf specific interests. I then have another one that's targeting engaged shoppers, meaning people that have actively clicked on the shop now button on other ads in the past week. And lastly, this one is a bit rogue. I'll target married women with kids. And the reason for that last one is we have a huge amount of success selling father specific shirts. Our niche isn't parents or anything like that, but you can very easily make father or even mother orientated designs for your niche, and they do really well. For us, fathers did really, really well, whether that's Father's Day or just throughout the year. So we always have an ad set with those interests. But again, that is just us. You don't necessarily need that one. We will then have all of those ads that we just spoke about sitting in each ad set. The ads will all be identical in each ad set. The thing separating them is the targeting. And a huge shout out here to Chris Heckman as well. As much as I thought I knew about Facebook ads, I've learned a lot from him, and a lot of this is inspired or adapted from his teaching. So thank you, Chris. You are awesome, and you know your stuff when it comes to ads. Now let's talk about setting up our scaling campaign and actually analyzing that data. So one thing to know is you pretty much know how to set up an ad now. I've set up a mock-up test with you, a catalog test with you, and the testing ground campaign with you. So you know the process of setting up an ad. There's only one major difference for this scaling one, and that's going to be this section here. So let's click create, click sales, click continue, and click OK. So now let's just name this. So CO4 underscore scaling winners, right? All of this stuff is going to be the same. You can use a campaign budget for this. Again, I'm just going to use ad set budget. We go to a new sales ad. We're going to get to how we name this and how it should be set up. The only major thing that's going to be different is over here in the new ad. Instead of create an ad, but basically you want to use an existing ads ID from the, I'll publish this just so it's there, but let me go to campaigns. You want to use an existing ad ID from the testing ground, because that's going to have a lot of social proof, a lot of our winners, and we basically want to just drag all of that information, that exact ad that's proven to work, and put it in our scaling winning campaign. So that's kind of how you would do the setup, and that's mainly the only thing you would change in the setup. Now let's talk about what the structure of the campaign and the ad set and the ads should look like, and then how we analyze those ads as well. So this is it, phase 4 scaling. So you can see we've already spoken about phase 3 static ad test, or just the testing ground test, the catalog test in phase 2, and the mock-up test in phase 1. Phase 4 is the scaling test. So let's start here. We have campaign, which is C03 or 04, whatever number you're up to, scaling winners. And this is what it looks like, right? You've got one campaign, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ad sets. Okay, and remember how it goes. Campaigns, then ad sets live in campaigns, and ads live in ad sets. So we've got 5 types of ad sets. One is broad targeting, one is engaged shoppers, and I'll show you how to get to this in a second. One is married women with kids. And by the way, this married women with kids, I discuss it separately to this part of the video, and I explain why I like to do that, but you don't have to do this one if you don't want to. The next is ad 1, it's just one interest, and then ad set, the 5th one is just another interest. So let me just quickly show you how to actually make these specific types of ad sets. So in scaling winners, let's just click edit. Right, this is our scaling winners. So our new ad, this is our ad set. So in here, let's just click website. Let's just click website, and then maximum conversions, dog thread, conversion event is purchase. Okay, we've got our pixel. Brilliant, cool. Got our budget. Right, next we need to do our audience. So if we have a look over here, one ad set is going to be broad targeting, and in that ad set is going to be 4 ads: a catalog ad, a static single image, a static grid ad, and I've spoken about grid ads in this video, and then a slideshow or video, or and video, up to you, because you can have 5, right? I like to have 5. And you can see it's the same ad in every single ad set. The only difference between these ads is the ad sets, and the ad sets are the targeting, either broad targeting, engaged shoppers, married women with kids, one interest or another interest. So let me go and show you how to actually change this targeting. So the broad targeting would be, we would just change this to say United States, obviously. We'd get rid of United Kingdom and we'd leave it at that. That's broad targeting, done. Let's go to we want to then go and create an ad. Okay, that would be the broad targeting aspect of this ad set. Now, if we want to do the next one, which was engage shoppers, what we want to do is click further limit the reach of your ad. So in the audience section, you want to click further limit the reach of your ads, and then you want to click switch setup. Ignore all of this. Switch setup. Okay, and now you can see how it's changed quite a bit. We've got location, age, gender, custom audiences, detailed targeting, and languages. So we want to go into detailed targeting and put in shoppers, right? And we should see, there we go, engaged shoppers. And that's that. That's the only thing we changed there. Of course, we keep it in the United States. We keep the age, the gender, all of that. And we just do engaged shoppers. And then we go to the next step and we create the ad, right? Once we've done that, we want to duplicate this, and then we want to change that from engaged shoppers to something else. So let's do browse, demographics, parents, parents all. We also want to maybe change this to women, and that means it's women who are parents, so women with kids basically. So now we've made this broad targeting one, we've made this engaged shoppers one, and we've done married women with kids. Or we've done parents. We haven't actually said that they're married. We've just done parents. So we could actually add another one. So we could also go define further, and we can also put in married. You know, there you go, married. And that's under relationship status. So now they're married, they are parents, and they are women, and those are married women with kids, right? And that could be another one. Then you click next and you do that ad. And then the last two would just be, let's get rid of this and this, and that would just be, the last two is just picking an interest. So let's say you're in the golf niche, you could pick PGA Tour. That could be one of the interests, then click next, done. And then another one could be driver, golf. I need another golf term. We could do the Masters tournament, golf competition. So that's another interest. So now what we've done is we now have 5 ad sets. So one campaign, 5 ad sets, each with a different type of targeting: abroad, engaged, married with kids, PGA Tour, and then the Masters, right? Those are the 5 interests. And within the within the ad set, you now want to create the ad. So one will be a catalog ad, one's a static single image, one's a static grid image, and then one's a slideshow. Okay, and you would do that in this next section under scaling winners, the ad set and the ad. I haven't done any of the names for them, but you can do the names. You would create the ad, so you'd use existing post, right? And what is important about this is, in order for you to drag the post IDs, you won't be able to drag the post IDs of the catalog ads. They'll just be new ads that you set up. But these other ones, you want these to be in your testing ground for you to drag them in to your scaling. So you actually want to in your testing ground, you want to create a single static image, you want to create a grid image, you want to create slideshows, and that way you've got all of these different ads that you can pull in and put in your scaling winning campaign. When it comes to actually creating a catalog ad, you could just click, instead of manual upload, you'll just do Advantage Plus catalog ad. You could do single image, or you could do carousel. I like carousel. It's worked really well for me with my catalog ads, and that's that, right? You'll do the same thing. You'll have You'll put in a description, you'll put in the primary text, you'll shop now, like we have done previously in this video. I don't want to repeat myself and go over the exact same process, but that is how you would set that up. So now you should have your scaling campaign with all of these different ads, providing you can pull the ads in from the testing ground. If there are no ads performing in the testing ground, then you're just not ready for the scaling campaign, and that's okay. You don't have to rush into this. All the ads will be the same in each ad set. The thing separating them is the targeting that you've gone for. As time goes on, you'll start getting data, so don't be afraid to pause the ad and swap in new ads that are performing well from the testing campaign. So I want you to think of the scaling campaign like this. You've got the scaling campaign here, and you're bringing in ads from the testing campaign. And for the testing campaign, you're bringing ads in from the catalog. So ads that are performing well, designs that are performing well in the catalog are moving over into your testing ground in these kind of ad setups. And then from the testing ground, you bring in the product ID and that ad over to the scaling campaign, right? So you've got all that engagement, all those likes, comments, and shares, and now they're in your scaling campaign, right? That is how you would kind of have this thing set up. Now, in terms of analyzing that data, this is what it looks like, okay? We're going to talk about other factors to consider in a second, but for now, this is how you want to analyze it. And I do go into more detail in this video, so don't worry. But firstly, let's just talk about this. What is your ROAS for the last 7 days? Is it less than 1.5? So if it's less than 1.5, decrease the budget by 20% and keep your eye on the CPC, the CPM, and the ROAS. Make more designs based on winners and make sure you have an email pop-up set up, right? If it's 1.5 to 2.5, don't touch the budget, but keep an eye on the CPC, the CPM, the ROAS, and make more designs based on winners. Make sure you have an email pop-up set up. Right, now this is where you have to start doing various things. So if your ROAS is 2.5 to 2.7, you want to bump the budget by 10% every 2 to 3 days, and make more designs based on those winners. If it's 2.7, 2.9, bump the budget by 15% every 2 to 3 days. And if it's 3.0 or above, bump the budget by 20% every 2 to 3 days. If you've passed 10K in sales at a 10% minimum profit margin, then set up retargeting ads and start the process of international sales. If not, keep making more designs and wait until you pass that 10K threshold with a 10% minimum profit margin. And the reason why I say wait is because I want you to really, really focus on making that 10K and getting to that 10% profit margin. If you've made 10K and you're only at a 5% profit margin, then I would say you haven't made 10K. I want to see that you've made 10K with a 10% profit margin. So a couple of things to consider. If your cost per click is above $1, you'll want to pause that ad. And if you can't get any ad under $1 CPC, then revisit your mock-up test. Now, of course, if you have an ad with a cost per click of over $1, but it's got a really, really good ROAS, let's say it's got like a 4 ROAS or something, and it's making you lots of money, then yes, of course, keep it going. It's just, that's quite rare. You might not see that so much. Is your cost per click good, but your website conversion is under 2%? You want to optimize your website and increase the conversion rate. Don't make too many changes at once. You need to be able to track the changes you're making to see their impact. So let's say you change your add to cart button color, or you add free shipping, or you just change something. Just change one thing, let some traffic come in and see how it affects your conversion rate. If you change too many things, you won't know which one of those things had a positive or a negative impact. Removing a design from this campaign, so the scaling and winning campaign, is okay, as is adding a new ad from your testing campaign. So always be monitoring it. And I speak about the daily schedule at the end of this video and how you should kind of look at your ads and monitor them. But every single day you're going to monitor your ads and you're going to be pausing, playing, bringing new ads in, all these sorts of things. I want you to start thinking in 7-day bursts. This will make decisions more accurate. But if you find that's too expensive, to wait 7 days, you can lower budgets. Although this campaign should have a positive ROAS, so it shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, this ad is too expensive to run for 7 days, because this ad should be profitable. And if this ad isn't profitable, then there'll be ads in there that shouldn't be in there and designs in that shouldn't be in there. If an ad's CPC goes to the roof or the ROAS shows a huge decline over 3 days, then pausing that ad early is absolutely fine. Never be afraid to pause an ad. And this scaling campaign should be 80% of your total advertising budget. So if we go through this, right, this is 80% and these are the remaining 20%, right? And this is like a very small, I'm not even going to include this because this is just a beginning part, but you've got these two major ones here. And then you're also going to have your retargeting ads. Okay, this is an important one. Increasing the budget can decrease the return on ad spend, and decreasing the budget could increase the return on ad spend. Don't get nervous if you see this happening. So if your budget is $25 a day and it goes up to $40 a day and your ROAS comes down a little bit, that's okay, because remember, this is a volume game. We want to get as many people to our website and as many sales as possible. So even though it might be a smaller ROAS, we will still be making more money because we're playing a volume game. That is how you would monitor and analyze your winning and scaling campaign. And as I said, this is how you want to set it up. I don't want to go through the exact step by step of setting up. It doesn't seem like it's worth it. It's the exact same thing that we've done previously. You know, you're just changing we've set up a catalog ad, we've set up a single image ad. A grid ad is a single image ad as well. It's just the picture is a grid, and I've shown you what that looks like. And then you've got the slideshow or video ad. So that's just picking slideshow or video, right? And with these 4 different phases, you should be good to go with setting up your Facebook ad campaign. Obviously, once you get to this stage, you will know quite a lot about Facebook ads, and if you want to delve even deeper, watch even more videos, watch even more training, that's absolutely fine. At this stage, you might want to just go crazy with the amount of data you're taking in, run your own tests, run your own experiments, do your own thing, learn new things, try new strategies. That's the beauty of Facebook. You're going to get to a point where you're probably better than me at Facebook. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit. If you're really, really good at taking information in and learning, Facebook is a really, really fun marketing platform to use. So hopefully with these 4 phases, right, phase 1 to 4, you should be pretty good to go with your ads. Now I want to talk about other forms of scaling and also how you should look at the data, how you should analyze the data as well. So I've spoken a little bit about it here, but I'm going to go into more detail in the next part of this video. There's a few things to note about this particular campaign. As I've said already, you want it to equal at least 80% of your budget, and this makes the most sense as this campaign should be the most optimized and should be getting you the most sales, the best ROAS. These are your winners after all. And just because this ad set is doing well and you are profitable, it doesn't mean you stop creating designs. In fact, the complete opposite. You should be making more designs, more designs based on your best sellers. There are many ways to adapt your best sellers to create more like it. And I talk about this a lot in our print on demand community. Now, I want you to start thinking in 3 to 7 day bursts. What do I mean by that? Well, when making decisions in either the testing campaign, I want you to look at the past 3 days and decide if you should take any necessary action. You want to see some consistency with ad performance before you do anything, too drastic to it. And in the scaling campaign, you want to do this in 7-day windows. So you want to make sure that an ad has been consistently performing over 7 days before upping the budget or, lowering the budget or something. Sometimes there are anomalies like an ad doing unbelievably poorly. You may want to stop it straight away or sooner than 7 days, but that's less likely to happen in the scaling campaign. What data are you looking for in the scaling ad? Well, honestly, you're looking closely at the ROAS and then the cost per click. But the ROAS is really going to give you an idea of what to do next. Different people will say different things here. For me, I'm looking for a ROAS of 3.0 in order to ensure I'm profitable. And this could be because I'm based in the UK and I have a few more, different expenses with this business that you might have if you're based in America. If you're in the US, a ROAS of 2.5 might be absolutely fine. But as I'm not in the US, I can't comment on that. It's also important to note that just because the design is in this scaling campaign, it doesn't mean you can't stop it and bring others in from the testing campaign. The goal is to fine-tune the scaling campaign so it's full of heavy hitting ads. And then each time we up the budget, we make more and more money. And of course, the bigger the budget for this scaling campaign, the bigger the budget for the testing campaign. Remember, we're only really looking for 5 to 10 winners or heavy hitters to drive the majority of sales and traffic. Of course, if you have more, that's also really good. And now let's discuss other forms of scaling I usually wouldn't recommend doing until you're comfortably at $10,000 a month in revenue with a solid 10 to 20% profit margin Please remember that 10 to 20% profit margin is very, very important. I don't want to see you hit 50K in sales with a 0% profit margin or still at a loss because something has gone wrong in that scenario. Catalog ad scaling is an awesome tactic to test designs faster and faster. We all know what catalog ad is doing now. It's cycling through your designs automatically, and Facebook are pushing the budget to the designs that are performing the best. It gives us great insight into what designs that we should test in our testing campaign. Now I'm talking about creating segmented catalog ads for scaling. And these only really work if you have enough designs and enough data. The first catalog ad segment is the best seller catalog ad. And this will be a catalog ad that goes to a specific best-selling collection on your store. This is really good, but it only works if you've got a good amount of designs in there. We have 30 best-selling designs in our collection, and this is 2 pages on our store. 30 isn't a huge amount for a catalog ad, but with a small budget, it can do quite well. And as more designs start taking off from our scaling ad, they get added to our best-selling collection on our store, and over time making our catalog ad or our best-selling catalog ad bigger and bigger. The next segment we make is a new arrivals collection, and this is a collection on our store with new designs. And as we like to add 30 to 50 new designs every single month, it works quite well for us. The reason why we love using a new arrivals catalog is because it's a much faster way of testing new designs rather than waiting for them to get traction in our main catalog that has hundreds and hundreds, 300 plus designs in it. This way it's a much smaller, more focused catalog ad just of our new designs. Basically, this means that when we create a new ad, the catalog ad is only cycling between 50 or so designs, and it's a better use of our budget to see which of the new designs have potential quickly. New designs will also populate the main catalog ad, as that's a collection of all of our designs. But with that, as there are so many more there, and as there are already winners eating most of the budget in those, it will be harder for another newer design to compete, and could take a little bit longer for it to start gaining any traction. With a new arrivals catalog ad, it lets us make decisions faster. Another great way to scale is to create lookalike audiences based on key actions people have taken. Once you have enough sales, you'll be able to create a lookalike audience on Facebook based on people who actually purchased from you in the past. This is amazing. This is extremely powerful because it's telling Facebook all of these people bought something. That's what they have in common. Now look at all the other attributes and build me a large audience of people who are similar to this group of buyers. I mean, that's amazing. With that, we aim to have a more successful, higher converting ad. Another great way to scale up is to use retargeting ads. And these don't need big budgets as the audience size is going to be really, really tiny, especially at the beginning. There are a few types of retargeting campaigns that we can set up. What is it? Well, it's a reminder to people to come back. Basically, when someone visits your store, they'll do one of 3 things. They'll either leave without purchasing or doing anything, right? Maybe they'll add something to their basket, or maybe they'll make an actual purchase, right? They can also sign up to email list, but we're not talking about those people just yet. Because we have our pixels set up correctly, Facebook is tracking all of this. And after enough data, we could target people based on those actions. Facebook will be able to retarget them with ads, and you can make specifically worded ads that make more sense to someone, or this is a warm audience, so it will make more sense to this warm audience as opposed to a cold audience who have never seen you before. So, instead of the wording being awesome golf tees, you could speak to them a little bit more personally. Your ad could say, did you leave something in your basket, or did you leave something behind, or get free shipping, or something like that. This is just an example. You can definitely finesse this copy. And because we can segment people who just left, or people who added, to the basket, and people who bought, we can make different ads with different copy, such as, did you leave this in your basket? Get free shipping now. Or did you like this t-shirt? Come back for 20% off. There's so many different options that we can go for. The retargeting ad should have a very, very small budget, as the audience is going to be tiny, 5 to 15% of the budget, depending on how much data you have. You want the audience to be at least 1,000 people. There are other forms of retargeting audiences, such as people who have liked or commented on your ad previously, or if you have a video ad, you can retarget people that have watched a certain percentage of that video. Those audiences will grow a little bit faster, as it's much easier to get someone to engage than it is to get them to buy or add something to their carts. Now, let me show you how to set up retargeting ads and retargeting audiences. So you'll recognize this page. We spent a lot of time here. What you want to do is hover over the left-hand side here, and you want to click audiences. Once you're in this section, you click create a custom audience. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to give you the exact steps that you need to go through. It's going to be in the download pack versus me going through it here because I haven't set up the pixel and this is a big dummy account. If you have a look, when I go into a website and I try and do it, there's a big sign there and I can't really pick any events like purchases or add to cart because this pixel hasn't been fired. It hasn't been set up properly, right? Because the store doesn't really exist. It's not a proper store. With you, it will very much exist by the time you are ready to set up retargeting ads. You don't set up retargeting ads at the beginning. You set them up after you start getting a little bit of data and your pixel would have fired quite a few times. So I'm going to give in the download pack in the resource section of this video, you'll be able to get a whole bunch of different resources. I'm going to give you an exact step-by-step on how to create custom audiences. And again, it's very, very simple. You click the source, you pick the event, you choose the number of days, you pick a name, and then you click create audience. And you create a few different types of retargeting audiences like add to carts, people who just viewed your website, people who purchased, people who engage with your ad, and you can set different audience retention days. And all of that information is on the step-by-step sheet. So do not worry, you're going to be totally covered when it comes to setting up retargeting audiences. These retargeting ads get more and more powerful over time as your audience grows. The more you're spending on all your other ads, the larger this retargeting audience becomes. And you'll find over time, this retargeting ad becomes an extremely profitable ad with an amazing return on ad spend because the audience is so warm. There's also a concept called vertical and horizontal scaling. And this is useful to know, especially if you're working out how to ramp up your budget faster. Horizontal scaling is where you launch more ad types and campaigns. And this could make your ad account a little messy. So try and keep it neat with good naming conventions. Remember to use that testing campaign as your ground to scale horizontally. You could also create more ads in your scaling campaign or graduate more designs to it that fit the criteria of a winning ad. This is a faster way to spend money because if you have one ad, say it's $20 a day and you increase the budget by 20%, you'll take that budget to $24. I mean, that's good, but it's slow. With horizontal scaling, you can set up an entirely new ad based on previous winning ads with a new $20 budget. So you've just increased your budget by $20 instead of $4. With vertical scaling, you're increasing the budget bit by bit on already successful campaigns. And this method is much safer. You are just working on ads that have proven results. So even though it's a slower way to spend more money, it's certainly a safer way. The last type of scaling I want to discuss is international scaling. Currently, all of our ads, all of our targeting, and all of our efforts have been directed at the US market. And there's a reason for that. Mainly, the US market love graphic t-shirts, and it's one of the biggest markets for it. So it makes sense to start there. But as you start scaling and you find yourself past 10K, 20K, or 30K, you'll want to start looking further. You'll want to start expanding into the world. And the process of targeting the rest of the world is actually quite easy. All you'd be doing is setting up identical ads to your best performing ones and changing the location to target more countries like Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, Germany. Those are just some of the other huge markets for print-on-demand graphic tees. That part is easy. What's hard is the setup over in your store to make sure the right prices are showing, the right shipping, the right fulfillment companies, the right printers are set up, everything, right? There's a lot more confusion in the back end on your actual store to set it up. You wouldn't want someone in the UK ordering something and then your US printer to print and ship it out to them. Not only would it take weeks and weeks to get there, it would cost an absolute fortune and you'd probably lose money on every sale. And that customer would probably have to pay import fees and be upset. That's why we have our account set up so that certain printers are used in certain countries. For example, when someone from the UK goes to our site, they'll see pounds and they'll see local shipping rates. And when they make an order, instead of it routing to Swift POD or Monster Digital, it would route to Print Clever, who's a UK-based printer. Setting that up is a very lengthy and complicated process. So I'm going to leave that for another video as it's not really got anything to do with Facebook ads, but just know that when you get past 30K, start to consider international sales seriously. But make sure you're in profit, not just 30K of revenue. Your progress so far has been absolutely incredible. Just take a second and think how far you've come. You've learned all about Facebook ads, how to set up campaigns, how to find winning designs, how to determine what steps to take based on the data, and a whole lot more. Now I want to go over what your next step should be, your routine, timelines for testing, and this stuff shouldn't be skipped. Most people do skip this, which is why they're still stuck. You're not going to be stuck because you're not going to skip this. Before I go over what your daily routine should be in order to stay on track of ads and actually make money, I want to stress again the importance of everything that comes before ads. Don't just blindly set up ads if your store is badly made, if your designs are not intentional, if your niche hasn't been researched. If you are lacking in any of those areas, it's going to really show when it comes to ads, and you're going to end up wasting a hell of a lot of money. So please don't do that. A great example is the 2 types of designs that you can make. And I share this a lot in my community, but I'll give you the down low as you've got this far. Basically, there are 2 types of designs: traffic designs and filler designs. So like scroll stopping designs and website fillers. I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. A traffic design is a design that's been made with an amazing hook or a scroll stopping phrase and graphic. It's designed to stop people from doom scrolling and get them to click your website. These traffic designs are the most important part of this entire business. Without them, you'll endlessly spend money and get no results. You then have filler designs. These are designs I see 90% of people making most of the time. They're not bad designs, they're just not intentional at all. They don't have any qualities that will get someone to leave their trance of scrolling on Facebook ads and click your website. But as I said, they're really good designs and they make perfect fillers for your website. This means when someone clicks your ad from a traffic focused design, they will come to your site and see a mix of traffic and filler designs. Once they're on your site, you don't have to worry as much about hooking them. You already have them on your site. You have their attention. Right now, you just need to show them extremely relevant and good designs so they add multiple to their basket. That's what we want to do. What I found on my own store is that filler designs tend to get bought with traffic designs. So more customers are buying 2 or more designs, and oftentimes a second or a third design in their order is a filler design. Even though that same filler design failed miserably with ads, it still performs really well on the actual website. It elevates the whole brand. I hope this makes sense, and I go into this in a lot more detail over in my print on demand community. For now, let's get to your ideal routine. It's very easy to obsess over the ads and let them totally consume you, making small changes every 5 minutes, looking at every website click. Please don't do this. You will drive yourself absolutely mad. We like to look at the data in 3-day stints. However, I'm not suggesting you don't log on for 3 days. That can be quite scary, especially considering you are going to be spending money every day on these ads. I also don't want you to think that you can't intervene sooner than 3 days. What I do, and it's worked pretty well, is to check my ads every morning, like you would normally check your emails with your morning coffee in the paper or something. I go over my ads. This has worked well for me, but you can choose a different time if you prefer. It's just what's worked well for me. So each morning I will wake up, I'll check my ads, I'll check the cost per clicks, I'll check the ROAS, the budget, I'll increase, decrease, pause or graduate different ads during this time. I won't start making new ads or strategizing. This is just meant to be a quick 15-minute check. Once I'm done, I'll stop. I won't log back in until that evening, where I'll have a quick check. But this time, instead of looking at it from a 3-day view, I'll look how it's specifically done that day. Has anything gone crazy? Is there something that needs my attention? Usually things are okay, and I like to stick to the 3-day rule where I can, or the 7-day rule depending on the ad I'm looking at. Sometimes when I look, an ad can be derailing fast. So in the morning, it's showing, a super high cost per click, let's say $4, something like that. But over 3 days, it's still showing, a 67 cents. I might leave it until the evening and check up on it again. If it didn't stabilize at all, I might pause that ad, even though over 3 days it's still okay. Now with this, you need to factor in the day of the week and the potential reason for this drop. For a lot of people, Mondays perform badly. For us, Mondays is actually a really good day. It's one of our best days. Tuesday is our worst day. So I know if an ad isn't performing and it's Tuesday, I won't necessarily pause it, as it will usually correct itself the next day. Learning what days to do what on will come with time. You'll start to see patterns throughout the week and you'll be able to act accordingly. It's impossible for me to tell you what's going to happen with your ad account. Also, make sure that there isn't a specific event on or something that happened that could impact your ads that day. The last thing you want to do is, pause a really good ad because it had a dip one day and that dip was due to, the Super Bowl or something major, where people might not be that interested in interacting with your ads and buying stuff from Facebook. Those are my 2 daily checkups. They take no longer than 30 minutes and sometimes it's even faster. It really depends on how many changes I need to make, how many ads I'm checking on, and all sorts of factors. And during this time, I'll also respond to comments and engage with potential customers on Facebook. I'll also take care of any customer service emails, or, someone in the team will, but one of us is taking care of the customer service first thing in the morning. Now, if during that day I'm also making new ads, that's a different task entirely to the checkup. The checkup always happens, no matter what, whether it's me, whether it's Lauren, or whether it's another team member doing the checkup. But oftentimes I'll create a bunch more ads, test a bunch more creatives and offers or copy, right? And that can take a little bit of time. And I usually do that on a Wednesday. The reason I do that on a Wednesday is I like to have those new ads ready to go live on Thursday for the next weekend. In terms of what you should expect in what period of time, let's go over some scenarios. When starting with a mock-up test over the weekend, you might be expecting to fully be ready to go with a winning mock-up by Sunday, only 4 days after making your first ever ad and testing your first ever mock-ups. That's not really realistic, and it's important that you set your expectations right. I tested over 90 different mock-ups before deciding on a winner. Now, I'm not suggesting that you have to do that. It's just what we did. But I'm also saying keep a level head with your test. Don't expect immediate results and don't rush it, right? Wait for good results. My goal for you would be to have a solid mock-up after 1 month of testing. Some sales will likely come in during that month as well. And the idea is that you find a mock-up performing at a 50 to a 75 cents cost per click. That would be absolutely awesome. When you set up your catalog ad, give it time for it to start working and for Facebook to properly optimize your audience. You might get a sale after 1 day of running them, but that also isn't the norm. So don't get discouraged if it takes a few days. And that's it. A few days, maybe a week or two. It shouldn't be taking weeks and weeks or months and months for you to be getting sales from your catalog ad. If that's the case, your designs are the issue, and hopefully you would have spotted this much sooner and not wasted too much money. Or if you're in the community, share it there and let one of us spot it for you. That's the beauty of Facebook ads. You're paying for direct traffic to your store. You're not preying on a marketplace algorithm like Etsy or Amazon to show your designs. You're in control of the traffic. And provided your designs are good, your store has been set up right, and it's converting with a good conversion rate, well, when you drive traffic to the store, it will convert and you will get sales. After about 2 to 3 months, I would aim to be profitable, even if it's a small amount. From there, it'll be all about scaling up and becoming really profitable. Our starting aim is a 10% profit margin, but with our long-term goal of getting to a 30% profit margin. Keep making new designs, keep testing new creatives, and you'll soon get there. This business is hard. It's really, really hard, and that's a good thing, because if it was easy, everyone would do it and the market would be saturated and impossible to get into. I like that it's hard and it requires a ton of hard work. It weeds out lazy people that aren't motivated to succeed and put in that hard work with this business. And because it's hard, the payoff is much bigger. So don't be one of those people. You can 100% do this. You just need to see it through. Stay consistent and get help when you need it. You've most likely done harder things in your life and seen them through. Any parent out there that has raised children, you've done something a lot harder, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000 times harder, and you've seen it through. This should be a breeze for you. And if you don't happen to be a parent, think back to anything difficult that you've ever done. It's most likely harder than setting up this whole business. So whilst this business is in itself hard, it's more than doable for you. You just need to believe in yourself. Trust the process, put the work in, and focus on the right part at the right time. Always go back to your funnel and fix any holes that you might have. Don't keep pouring ad money in if there's a problem with your designs or there's a problem with your store or your niche. As I've said multiple times in this video, probably more than once, well, more than 10 times, Facebook ads can bankrupt you if you don't have good designs, a good niche, and a high converting store. That's the hard part. That's the part where ongoing advice comes in really handy. And if you want to ensure you're not making those mistakes, you really should check out my print on demand community. We take you from start to finish with building a brand using print on demand. The analogy that resonated most was this. I want you to think about entering a pitch black room. Your goal is to get from one end to the other end without hitting anything, stubbing your toe, or downright breaking a leg. Every time you hit something, it's a huge hit to your bank account, say, $100. Each time you start your journey through this pitch black room, trying to get from the beginning to the end. And eventually you get to the end, but you've gone and hit 12 things, broken a few toes, and come out of the other side kind of okay. Those 12 hits cost you $1,200, right? That's a lot of wasted money. The idea of my community is this. Imagine stepping into the pitch black room and you could pay to turn the light on. Let's say it costs you $50 or $60 to turn that light on. But once the light was on, you'd see a nice clear path to the other side. Would you do it? Of course you would do it. You'd be able to get to the other side only costing you $60. So think of the community as that light switch. Yes, it costs to turn it on, but the idea is to save you countless hours stubbing your toes, banging your head against the wall, and stumbling in the dark. That's what we want. Hopefully, if you got this far, you are really serious about creating this business, and I really can't wait to see what you do with this information. And if you are that serious and you want ongoing help, I am always here. The link for the community is down below. I would highly recommend checking it out. It's the best place on the internet for those that want to build a successful print-on-demand brand. Hopefully, I will see you there. For now, good luck with your Facebook ads. I really hope this video helped.